I'm working as Ecolabel Branch Manager at Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. We know that climate change seriously affects every aspect of our lives, and one of the biggest problems we face. And according to IPCC reports, climate change affects not only certain regions, but also every corner of the world, and action and urgent action is needed. So, in the process to adapting to climate change and it is reducing its effects, it is of great importance for our producers, and the responsible production behaviors in all production stages. At this point, eco-label systems are one of the tools under the title for responsible production and consumption, for SDGs published by the UN. These systems, including the Turkish environmental label systems, aim to enforce the resource efficiency and waste minimization through the transition circular economy and reduce the impact on climate change through low carbon emission and promote cleaner production using best available techniques. In this side event, we will evaluate clean production activities carried out by our producers in textile, ceramic, and consumer product sector in our country, and how eco-label systems contribute to these activities. Please let me introduce you to our speakers from left side, right. First speakers are Aslıhan Yemeneci, Sustainable Manager from Vitra Tiles Company, and Ceyda Kaytmaz, Sustainable Senior Manager from Eczacıbaşı Consumer Products Company, and finally Dr. Sezgi Akbaş, Denizli Secretary General of Denizli Chamber of Industry. Let me start with Ms. Yemeneci. She will present about Vitra Tiles path to green transformation. Please give the floor.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the Republic of Turkey, the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization, Climate Change for inviting us this valuable site event. My name is Aslıhan Yemeneci, Sustainability Manager of Vitra Tiles. I will share some information about Vitra Tiles' path to green transformation in order to highlight some best practices we have in our company. I will start by giving some background about our company. Vitra Tile was founded in 1991 and now has over 30 years experience in ceramic tile production. Today, Vitra has moreover than 2,000 employees, three production facilities, and exports to more than 75 countries. Our sustainability journey actually started 15 years ago with publishing sustainability report as a subsidiary of Eczacıbaşı Holding, then ISO certifications. And by 2011, we became the first ceramic tile company in Turkey to receive EU Eco-label for a selected range of tile. Then we were awarded Green Guard certification and received EPD, Environmental Product Declaration certification, by 2013. By 2020, we became the, again, first ceramic tile manufacturer, Turkish Eco-label awarded company in tile sector. And by 2022, as Vitra Tile, we published our own sustainability report. Our manufacturing process begins with supply raw material and involves many steps, such as shaping, drying, glazing, and concluding with the firing before the tiles are sorted and packed with the final product is ready. I would like to focus why environmental label. As a sector responsible for approximately 40% of global carbon emission, the decarbonization of the building materials that make up the construction sector and reduction of their environmental footprint are very important in the journey of construction industry. Ceramic products are classified as an embodied carbon of building sector. For that reason, environmental footprint reduced products, such as eco-labeled products, will have a crucial role in this transition. Raw material and circular economy. More than 90% of our product consists natural raw materials, such as clay, feldspar, kaolin, etc. We are aware natural raw materials are limited. For this reason, we use alternative raw materials to reduce our consumption. So, first of all, we recycle all of the green scrap in our production process which we created, and a high percentage of fire scrap in our own facility. In addition, we receive green and fire scrap and industrial treated wastewater treatment sludge from other ceramic production facilities. Thanks to these practices, we obtain certain series containing up to 30% of recycled materials. Water usage. We have been taking action for a long time against the water risk, which we are beginning to feel strongly about today due to many reasons, such as population growth, effect of the climate crisis. According to the World Resource Institute, global water demand is predicted to increase by a quarter by 2050. Considering today's condition, the importance of water cannot be denied. We are aware of our responsibility as an industrial facility. So, what are we doing? We reuse 100% treated industrial wastewater in our production process. We focus how to reduce our freshwater consumption and review accordingly. Due to improvements made, our freshwater consumption per ton of product has decreased 10% compared to base year 2020. Energy management. Energy management is one of the most important factor in the transition to low carbon. One of the first and most important stage in energy management is measurement. For this reason, we have been tracking our energy consumption online for over a decade using by softwares. We have decreased our energy intensity by 9% through a combination of techniques and new technologies since 2020. How we reduce natural gas and electricity consumption by AI-based Industry 4.0 application, production practices, waste heat usage projects, energy-efficient kiln and spray dryer investments, process optimization practices, online energy monitoring system. With our energy efficiency project, we will be saving over 22,000 megawatt-hour in this year. Digitalization, Industry 4.0 application, increased efficiency production process. We achieve efficient use of raw materials, source management, reduction of green and fire scrap, big data analysis to find optimal process parameters. Renewable energy. In addition to energy efficiency, we are aware of the importance of providing energy from clean energy sources. We are investing to build our own renewable power plants. In 2023, we commissioned a 3.7 megawatt peak rooftop solar power plant, and in 2024, a 36 megawatt peak land-mounted solar power plant will be also commissioned. As a result of this project, we are aiming to produce over 50% of our own electricity 2025 and become completely self-sustaining before 2030. Also, logistic emission. We also care about logistic emissions just as much. We are looking for solutions to decrease carbon footprint of our raw materials and finished product transport. By sourcing more than 90% of our raw materials locally, we are able to minimize the greenhouse gas emission originating from the logistic. We also do pallet optimization and try to avoid carbon-intensive road transport in favor of trains and ships. As final page, product life cycle. We also aware about importance of minimizing resource consumption throughout our product's life cycle. We develop innovative surfaces that requires less water and fewer chemicals to keep clean without sacrificing safety on wet and industrial areas. Thank you for your listening to me.
Thanks, Ms. Yemeneci, for the information she has provided. Please. Ceramic coating sector is among the energy-intensive sector. We can see that natural gas and electrical energy are used in the production. The rate of renewable energy in electrical energy use is increasing day by day. However, the transition to alternative and green energy that can replace natural gas may take time when we consider the high cost. I would like to proceed, go on with the subject in clean production in Turkey. I will give floor Ms. Kaytmaz. Please, I will give floor.
First of all, thank you for your invitation, Mr. Atalay. And today I will give you information about the green perspective of Eczacıbaşı consumer products. Sorry. At a glance, Eczacıbaşı Consumer Products, as the leading company in the FMCG sector in Turkey, impacts the lives of consumers with pioneering and market-leading brands. Our objective is to make significant contributions to economy through 5 factories. Our direct employment number is over 1,700, and our total net revenue is approximately about 400 million euro. Our pioneering and leading brands are touching in 7 over 10 houses. We have powerful tissue paper brands such as Selpak, Solo, Stilan, Service, Viva. And the other leading brands are in various segments: baby care products, personal care products, home care products, away from home, and distribution products. Facilities, we produce tissue paper in our manufacturing facilities. These are in Yalova, Manisa, and Morocco. Additionally, we have 2 factories in Gebze, where we manufacture chemical and baby products. Tissue paper production starts with pulping of cellulose, and after the pulp is ready, it will transfer to drying units. In the next step, paper dried on the cylinder and then sent to rewinder machine. As the final step, rewinding gives the paper desired layers and dimensions. At converting phase, semi-finished product is transferred into the final product. Our tissue paper products can be listed as toilet paper, kitchen towel, hanky and facial tissue, and napkins. Certificates, our sustainability initiative started with FSC certification at 2010 and continue with ISO standards, environmental energy quality management standards, also information security management standards, good manufacturing practices, zero waste, Cosmos Natural, and 2023 we first issued the sustainability report. And the last sustainability initiative is Turkish environmental eco-label certification. Speaking Turkish environmental eco-label aims to promote energy-efficient manufacturing process to reduce emissions to water and air. It guarantees products with limited hazardous substances and sourcing of raw materials from sustainability managed forest and recycled materials. It represents an effective strategy to mitigate harmful effects of climate change. It provides consumers with opportunity to choose environmental friendly products. And Turkish environmental eco-label is extremely valuable for Eczacıbaşı consumer products. We proud to be the first tissue paper company in Turkey awarded with Turkish environmental labeling. Forest and raw material, we prioritize sustainable sourcing and responsible use of natural resources that enhances forest role in combating climate change. Cellulose is our fundamental and pivotal ingredient in paper making, which is about 95% in the recipe. Additionally, all our cellulose suppliers hold EU Ecolabel certification. Since 2010, our cellulose has been sourced from Sustainable Forest certified by FSC and PEFC. The cellulose used in our tissue paper products is derived from responsibly managed forests, which is growth for industrial usage. Waste, our commitment, which includes both our operations and supply chain, is to minimize waste generation, maximize reuse, recycling, and responsible disposal. We constantly seek alternative solutions to assess the waste in circular economy, such as industrial connections and partnerships. For instance, our process sludge is generated from a paper machine at Yalova tissue plant, is repurposed in the production of shoe insole. That is for 24% of our total waste generation. We have another project for the use of paper sludge in ceramics and buildings materials sector. Our waste recovery rate exceeds our target, which is about 95%. And in our company, embracing a zero waste mindset, our zero waste management system led to 43% reduction in household waste. The last topic is plastic. Aligned with our commitment to business plastic initiative, previous year, we successfully reduced plastic usage in our product packaging in 90 tons. Fresh water is crucial input for paper production during preparing pulp. On the other hand, fresh water as a natural resource is vital and limited. So we prioritize efficient water use, implementing water-saving initiatives to mitigate water scarcity and pollution change. Our goal is to ensure sustainable water resources for future generations. Through saving projects via incremental investments, we aim at minimum 2% reduction in water consumption every year. Last 2 years, we have reduced our overall water industry by 5%. Over the last 5 years, investments and efficiency in paper machines at our production sites, we have resulted in 30% reduction in absolute water consumption. Our ambition is to reduce our water intensity approximately 50% in 2028 in wastewater reuse investments. My next topic is energy. The targets we have set for two purposes, to decrease energy consumption and to increase the renewable energy investments. We implemented various energy efficiency projects at our facility to optimize our production process and reduce our energy. Our target is energy intensity reduction at least 2% annually by incremental projects. On the other side of renewable energy, we have already commissioned 1.3 megawatt of solar panels on the roof of our plants. For example, 0.8 megawatt covers around 70% of our Gebze production facilities' energy needs. Our ambition is to generate 50% of our electricity, which equals to 60 megawatts, from renewable resources by 2030. My last topic is digital transformation. We are adopting technology-oriented approach into our business, also by integrating sustainability parameters into tech processes, so we can contribute to our sustainability goals. ECB has fully digitized core processes, such as integrated business plan, supply chain control tower, and lighting operation software. By leveraging the power of artificial intelligence, we are integrating the digital solutions into our business plan. As a result, digitizing increases the prediction accuracy, so that increases our operational efficiency. By the supply chain control tower, we try to bring end-to-end transparency to the supply chain. To achieve this, we established effective and streamlined alert mechanisms that will impact all stakeholders, providing them with instant access to information. So that provides efficient source management. The last one is lighting automation software. Compared to electricity consumption last 2 years, this software reduced it by achieving 19% saving, which contributes to Scope 2 emissions. To summarize that, Industry 4.0 projects increase our operational efficiency and provides effective source management, reduce machinery downtime, and optimize our energy use. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaytmaz. Informative presentation. Water efficiency is more significant in sector, and we can say that by reduced recovery and reusing of processed water plays an important role in water efficiency in sector. Okay, another key point, Mr. Akbaş. I will give floor, Mr. Akbaş.
Yeşile basıyorum ama. Yeşile basıyorum. Okay. Dear Chairman and guests, I am Sezgi Akbaş and I come from southwestern side of Turkey, Denizli. As the Secretary General of Denizli Chamber of Industry, I will tell you about the green transformation-oriented activities carried out by our Chamber of Denizli, especially in the textile and the apparel sector. We are at a beginner level in some subjects, but we have made significant progress in others. First of all, I would like to point out that Denizli province hosts companies operating mainly in the textile and apparel sector. As a matter of fact, as a chamber, approximately 50% of our members are from this field of activity. Approximately 30% of paid employment works in this sector. The next and most important activity branches can be expressed as copper cable manufacturing, metal and natural stone mining. When we look at export figures, the textile and apparel sector represents approximately 36% of total exports with an annual average of 1.5 billion US dollars. As the Chamber of Industry with our 50-year history and more than 1,700 members, we are motivated, focused, and have a high awareness of sustainability by following global developments and expectations. Energy and resource efficiency, cleaner production and low carbon economy, sustainable industry and circular economy, and sustainability finance are the main priority of our relevant commission. Adaptation to climate change, emission reduction strategies, waste management, chemical and water management are among our priority strategies. So, what have we done regarding these issues recently? In 2018, we participated in a study to identify the textile industry's role in water conservation in the Büyük Menderes Basin, which is the largest river in the Aegean region with a length of 500 kilometers. In this context, we informed many textile companies about the Clean Production Support Program. We organized panels and increased regional and national awareness. According to our data, 7 change-leading textile manufacturers invested 6.5 million euros. 1.5 million cubic meters of water was saved. During the process, the number of change-leading companies increased to 19, and they announced that they would make an additional investment of 3 million euros. Secondly, we started the Denizli's Future is in Clean Production project. Within the scope of the project, cleaner production studies were carried out in 40 textile enterprises. Studies on energy, water, chemical and raw material efficiency were carried out in 40 enterprises operating in the dyeing finishing field in the Denizli textile and apparel sector. In this context, 2 trainings were conducted, 40 resource efficiency feasibility reports, and 1 consolidated sector report were created. By realizing the investments foreseen in the feasibility reports, we aim to reduce carbon dioxide emissions by 18% in a total of 40 companies. We plan to reduce 1.1 million carbon dioxide emissions to 0.9 million tons per year. The prominent improvements in companies with high reduction rates are generally heat recovery from wastewater, heat recovery from HD machines, optimization of compressed air lines, etc. Total energy consumption in 40 facilities is 2.5 million megawatts per year. A 10% decrease is expected if the identified improvements are implemented. It was calculated that approximately 9.2 million euros were needed for this, and 7.9 million euros could be saved annually as a result of the improvements. The payback period of investments varies between 0.7 and 3 years. If the impact of the carbon tax regulation is included in the calculations, this period will be further reduced. Information on water efficiency and wastewater recovery studies carried out in 34 enterprises is as follows. In addition to the water efficiency measures identified in water preparation units and the processes during field studies, the amount of water savings determined by wastewater analysis is at least 2.9 million cubic meters per year. This amount corresponds to approximately 14% of total water consumption. The return period of the investments is 10 years, but the annual direct savings and the monetary amount of annual energy savings are really high. As Denizli Chamber of Industry, one of the issues on our agenda within the scope of our sustainability efforts is environmental labeling. As you know, it's a sign that represents a voluntary reward system created to encourage products with reduced environmental impacts in the process, from the raw material procurement process to the disposal process, and to provide accurate, non-misleading, scientifically based information to consumers. We organize informative seminars for our members in this direction. We follow environmental label practices and improvements, especially regarding energy efficiency. While one of our companies has this eco-label, another member has completed the application phase. The reduction given by the relevant company can be seen in the figure. With environmental label applications, a decrease in energy consumption was detected and increase in efficiency was observed. Under the leadership of Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change, we attach importance to this work, both in terms of legal legislation and in terms of increasing energy and resource efficiency. Currently, local legislation on air emissions is restrictive and control mechanisms are very strict. Likewise, I would like to say that our companies have started measurement and investments within the scope of the carbon dioxide regulation at the border. Sectoral renewable energy investments are also increasing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Akbaş, for information he has provided. Thank you again. As an NGO, the Denizli Chamber of Industry, you guide the sector, very valuable. It's a very pleasing situation. And we listen to our esteemed speakers talk about many projects have been conducted, and we appreciate the effort of companies into the transition to clean economy, clean production, and green energy. And I hope the number of companies making eco-friendly production will increase. Okay, I would like to move on the question and answer part. In your permission, I would like to two questions to our speakers about the water and energy management studies. And then if our guests have any question or any comment, we can take them. Okay, my first question is to Ms. Kaytmaz. Ms. Kaytmaz, in your presentation, you have mentioned that the targets achieving 47% water reduction. How do you plan to reach this goal? Do you have a roadmap?
Yeah, thank you for this question. Water is very crucial and essential ingredient for our process during pulping. And on the other side, water is limited natural resources. So we are planning to make investments to buy advanced treatment system for the wastewater reuse. The treated wastewater will be input in our process again. So Our aim is to gain or reduce our water consumption about 50%. So we will treat water. We will reuse it.
Thank you, Ms. Kartmaz. My last question is to Ms. Yemeneci. You have stated that you will provide all of your electrical energy use from your renewable energy plants by 2030. How will affect for your carbon footprint?
Thank you. Thank you for your question, Serkan Bey. It will affect 30% of reduction of our carbon intensity. When we decarbonize our electricity, it will decrease directly 30% of carbon intensity reduction.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Yemeneci. Okay, we can take them for our guest. Any question or any comment, can take them. Okay, there is no question. Okay, I would like to personally thanks Eczacıbaşı Group, both and building product side and consumer product side. Thank you very much. And Denizli Chamber of Industry, thank you as an NGO for contribution. Thank you all. And thank you, dear guest, for your participation. Thank you all. Have a good day.
hope it's not enough. I'm thinking about it's not enough. We are making, according to our new strategic plan, starting from 2024, we are gonna revise the technical committee's structure in order to increase the participation. So it's on our way, Zakia. But yes, but I think we need some kind of capacity building, some kind of support. Climate champions network is very beneficial in those respects. But no, we don't have any training program. Yes. Başlayalım mı? Sesim geliyor mu? If everyone is ready, let's start with our session. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The sound is okay, I guess. It's good to see you here. Now, I started to introduce our distinguished guest. Let me explain about the idea behind holding this session. And, climate action is important, and it requires, it addresses and urgent and escalating threat of climate change. The Earth's climate is increasing rapidly, and due to the human activities, especially from the anthropogenic sources, production emissions, and this led to the global temperature rises and extreme weather events. Therefore, climate action is crucial in order to mitigate those effects and protect our the world for the future generations. And it involves the reducing of the greenhouse gas emissions, and along with the promoting of the sustainable business habits and adapting to climate change. As you can see, this is a global problem. Therefore, in order to tackle this global problem, it is not the one company or individual or one region is not enough for those tackling the climate change. Therefore, we aiming to bring together the different parties uniting around the same goal, which is mitigating the climate change and adapting to climate change, and show the unity in one goal. So we have a very distinguished guest, and let me introduce to you. We have Zakia Kassam with us. Welcome, Zakia. She's the chair-elect of TC207 from International Organization for Standardization. And also she is the president of Environment Canada and a senior associate of the Bucksfish Infrastructure Group. And also she has more than 20 years of experience in energy, infrastructure, and environmental sectors. And our second guest is Mr. Tolga Güneri. Welcome, Tolga Güneri. He is the Renewable Energy and Sustainability Director at Vitra Tiles Company, and he has over 25 years of experience in the energy sector, and he has been working as Renewable Energy and Sustainability Director at Vitra Tiles Company since 2022. So we have also other guests. She was Vanessa Leonardi, but she cannot make it since she is the Paris Agreement 6 negotiator. She cannot make make it with management. So let me start with the Zakia. Zakia, we know that the international standards are vital for tackling the climate change. And as a national standardization body, we know about those, especially 2 years, ISO made so many improvements. So could you explain about the ISO's 2030 strategy and in order to climate action? We would be very glad to hear from you.
Thank you so much for having me here and giving us the opportunity to talk about international standards development. So ISO recently issued its 2030 strategy, and the 2030 strategy requires all technical committees to then align their strategies, of course, to it, including our TC207 or Environmental Management Committee strategy. So there were 3 pillars within that ISO 2030 strategy. The first pillar was standards used everywhere, ISO standards everywhere. The second pillar was making sure that we are meeting global needs and being responsive to needs of the market when the market needs particular standards or when countries need particular standards. And the third pillar was making sure that global voices were heard, all voices being heard. And all voices being heard includes geographic diversity, it includes gender diversity, but also generational diversity. So one thing that we're very conscious of at ISO, and certainly within the Environmental Management Committee, is getting young voices engaged in the standards development process, in standards advocacy, and also in making sure that we're developing the competencies of young people to be able to understand standards, but also to apply standards. So when we talk about ISO standards meeting global needs, if we think about the Paris Agreement, really the Paris Agreement calls for 3 things. So the first thing is mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions and getting the reductions. The second thing is the adaptation, so making sure that countries are implementing policies to be able to adapt. And then third is making sure that the money is there to be able to do the mitigation and to be able to do the adaptation, and of course cross-country financing, but also dropping financing down from national levels to local levels. And ISO produces standards in all of these areas to be able to assist organizations, to be able to assist governments in order to implement climate action. And there's 2 key components, I think, of ISO standards that make them relevant for organizations and make them relevant for governments. And the first aspect is the number of technical experts that get involved with developing ISO standards. It's within the ISO network, it's more than 50,000 technical experts that support the standards development system. And what this means is that when a standard is developed and when it goes for balloting, and every country has the opportunity to vote on it, and it only becomes a standard once there's been achieved consensus from all of the countries that have a vote, it's a robust product. It's a robust product technically, and it's a robust product in terms of being globally relevant because countries have voted on adopting that particular standard. So that's one key component. And then the second component is the accreditation and the verification system. So having a standard is no good if you don't know that it's being applied correctly and that the competency is there for individuals to be able to implement the standard. So with the validation and the verification system and the accreditation that is held by the national standards bodies, we're actually checking the checkers. We're making sure that whoever is implementing the standards, and when there's conformance against the standards, that there's the competence to do so and that there's an appropriate process to do that conformity assessment. So you can trust that the standards are also being applied correctly. And I think that's what makes the ISO system, the international standard system, so powerful that then countries can depend on it and organizations can depend on it as well.
Thank you. And what are the most related standards for the Paris Agreement in order to implement the requirements of those agreements?
Great question. So I think the When we talk about quantification, there is the greenhouse gas standards like the ISO 14064 series that has the requirements on how do you actually set up a greenhouse gas inventory and do it in a robust way. And when I say in a robust way, the 14064 standard, it actually requires you to do a significance assessment of all of your emissions. So all scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, you don't get to eliminate any particular scope of emissions unless you determine that that particular scope of emissions or that category of emissions is not significant. So the test for the threshold for making sure that you incorporate everything is genuinely significant. And then to support the greenhouse gas accounting system, there's also the validation and the verification standards that also fall within the 14064, and then the competency requirements. So 14065 is a standard that specifically sets out what are the skill set, what are the experience requirements for a team that is going to be doing validation and verification of environmental information, which is so important because that's one of the things that I've seen even as a practitioner, where I've seen, for example, NO2, nitrogen dioxide, being mixed up with nitrous oxide, N2O, and completely different emissions reporting just because the competency wasn't there of the team that was doing the assessment. So competency requirements, I think, are also critical. And then with the adaptation standards, we've got the 14090 series. So if you want to do a risk assessment and understand what are the risks to my organization, to my city, to my infrastructure, it gives you a step-by-step process on carrying out your risk assessment and setting up an adaptation plan for your organization. And there's a specific standard as well for municipal governments and for communities. So if you're a local government and you're wondering, how do I prepare my city with an adaptation plan, there's also that step-by-step system for adaptation planning. And then there's two categories of standards: the green debt instrument standards, and then within the adaptation standards as well, a standard to be able to drop down national financing to local financing. But the 14030 in the 14030 series, the green debt instrument standards, if you want to set up a program on how do I finance green technology or transitions, it gives you the criteria on how do you set up a green debt instrument or a green bond instrument, and then how do you ensure that you've got the accountability for the investments and the verification that needs to stand behind it. So you know that when you spend taxpayers' dollars, you're actually getting impact.
And we also know that ISO last 2 years made so many strategic and critical collaborations with important organizations such as United Nations Environmental Program, United Nations Development Program, and IFRS. So we know that there are so many standards around the world. And what do you think about these collaborations? I think these those collaborations mean something for ISO for some kind of way.
Yeah, I think the IFRS collaboration, the collaboration with the United Nations Development Program as well, they're really important because of, one, supporting the goals of the organizations, and the second is to ensure that there is harmonization within the standard system, because it is a confusing landscape. And even when I'm working with clients, for example, I know the ISO standards, but I also need to know GRI standards, I need to know Envision standards. There's so many different standard systems that exist that apply to different contexts, and understanding the harmonization of the standards, how do the standards interrelate to each other, how can standards from one system be used to support reporting within another system. I think that's critical that happens, and I think ISO recognizes it, but also all of the other organizations that are developing standards recognizes that ultimately we're all pulling towards one goal, right? All of us are pulling towards climate action, so we need to make sure that there isn't confusion in the marketplace and that individuals understand how do the standards relate to each other, how can the standards support each other, and where do we need to find harmonization opportunities. And that was certainly one element that came out of our Environmental Management Committee strategic business plan, is to actively pursue those opportunities for harmonization. The IFRS, I think, was such a significant announcement by IFRS and ISO, and something to look forward to in that space of harmonization.
Yes. and this is very challenging, I guess, from the practitioner side. You have to monitor your emissions or your organization's climate actions or SDG goals from according to different standards. Therefore, those collaborations is very important. And also, we know that ISO on the NSP side establish a formation. For example, ISO National Climate Champions Network. And what is the ISO's aiming for establishing those network, and what is the future plans?
So I think the national standards boards, and we had this discussion a couple of days ago at the ISO Pavilion. I think the national standards boards play a really important role because in many countries, the national standard boards are affiliated with government. So in a very few countries, you've got a national standards body that is declared by the government that actually doesn't have a link to a government agency. But in most countries, your national standards board does have a link to the federal government. And what that means is when it comes to taking a standard and implementing it into action, the National Standards Board is best positioned to understand how does that done and what kind of supports are required to see that standard become legislation and to see it become action on the ground, including at the local and municipal levels. So there may be cases where you've got a country, but what happens on the ground at the local government level or at states or at the municipal level can be different because of the way that the country has divided power between the national governments and between the state governments and between the local governments. So the national standards bodies play a really important role in, number one, doing the accreditation, so being able to verify the competence of certification bodies so that the government can trust that when a national standards body has accredited another entity, that entity has the skill set and has the level of quality that the government can trust it, because another government agency has verified the competence of that certification entity. And then number two is taking a standard and figuring out what's the right way to have that standard embedded in national or local government policy and turn it into something that's actionable. That's also something that needs to be done with national standards bodies, because ISO can develop the standards, but we've got almost 200 countries that comprise the ISO system of countries. So the nuances for different countries may be different. And so that's where the national standards bodies have to play a really important role.
And also ISO, in this respect, last year ISO Net Zero guidelines were established. And this year we had a big news about the carbon neutrality standards. I think it was working about 2 or 3 years. Those were the good developments from the ISO side. And thank you, Zakia. And if we come to the practitioner side, Mr. Tolga, Vitrata Turkey is one of the most value-creating and leading companies. We know that under Eczacıbaşı Holding, and there are, there are some investments. I heard that performed by Eczacıbaşı Holding and Vitrata primarily. So could you explain about the Vitrata's sustainability approach and strategy along with the actions for tackling the climate change and also the future plans?
Thank you very much. And thank you, Berna Hanım, for hosting us today. I'm delighted to participate in this panel together with the distinguished speaker from ISO. And we really appreciate the opportunity to talk about our low carbon transition efforts. Whenever I'm invited to talk on this subject, we get extra motivated and extra excited because we really do a lot. And it's an opportunity for us to share with the audience. So we are Vitra Tiles, tile division of Eczacıbaşı Group. Vitra Tiles today has 30 million square meter production capacity in 3 different production sites. We are an international player in this business, and we are exporting our products to more than 75 countries. And our main market is Europe. Therefore, we are closely following up legislations and regulations, such as EU Green Deal, CBAM, CSRD, and international standards such as ISO 14064. As known, EU targets net zero by 2050, which is the main aspect of the EU Green Deal, and Turkey has given its contribution for 2053. And we, with our motto of building a healthier future together, have operated respectfully to nature and society for many years. So with these new regulations and legislations are actually just accelerating our pace in this regard. We will be starting a low carbon transition project, which will last for about 2 years. We will first calculate total scope of our emissions first, including the supply chain, and then we will move forward to SBTI and TCFD processes to define our targets and prepare our reports in accordance. Ceramic sector is called hard to abate. It's one of the hard to abate sectors. And tile manufacturing process specifically is a heavily energy intensive process. Energy-based emissions, our energy-based emission, which is fuel and grid electricity basically, are at 91%, about 91% of our scope 1 and scope 2 emissions, which is significant. And within the energy-based emissions, 68% is coming from natural gas, and 30% is from the electricity. So we have two big troubles here, which is natural gas and electricity. Getting rid of electricity-related emissions is quite straightforward indeed, because we have a very feasible and practical solution there, which is renewable energy. And we are significantly investing in that field. Currently, our total consumption is covered by renewable energy certificates, and our rooftop power plant is in operation since this year, but it's not sufficient for us. We will be making significant investments, as I said. 50% of our total electricity consumption will be covered by our own renewable energy plants in 2025. And that will be 100% by 2030. I'm not talking about renewable energy certificates, neither PPAs here. We will be investing in our own solar renewable energy plants to cover 100% of our consumption in 2030. So as far as we know, we will be the first company, first tile manufacturer to do so and to make such a commitment. On the other hand, getting rid of natural gas-based emissions is not so straightforward. It's much difficult. We are working on green hydrogen as a replacement for natural gas, as an alternative fuel for natural gas. We will be commissioning our pilot project next year in one of our production facilities. And we will be the first doing that as well, in Turkey at least. But natural hydrogen, green hydrogen, hasn't proved itself to be feasible, unfortunately. There is huge capex and opex requirements for hydrogen conversion. That makes levelized cost of hydrogen incomparably high when you compare it to natural gas, to that of natural gas. So this technology, hydrogen technology, must be further studied, and we need to invest incentives in that field to make it feasible in a short time. We have been publishing our third-party verified environmental product declarations, which are EPDs, since 2013. We have a significant improvement in the EPD documents of this year compared to the last one, which was in 2019. EPD documents have a special place for building products, building materials, because they are used for the calculation of the carbon footprint of the buildings. So I mainly talked about renewable energy and hydrogen conversion and EPD certificates, but efficient use of energy efficiency is as important as using clean energy, as we all know. So we pay special attention to energy efficiency as well. We have reduced our energy consumption by 9%, energy intensity, better words, 9% since 2020 by investing in energy efficiency projects. In addition, we have adopted a circular economy business model. We are pursuing it. We use up to 30% recycled content in certain products. And we are now even trying to increase that ratio. And for all waste to zero activities, it's important that we all speak the same language. The terms and definitions are the same. So ISO's net zero guideline of last year had a significant contribution in that regard. There's been a great work with the participation of more than 1,000 experts from 100 countries. It's been a really great work, and ISO deserves praise in that regard. Thank you for that. On the other hand, I believe we need further standardization. For example, in terms of GHG emission categorization. If I give some examples, for example, ISO 14064 defines 6 categories for the GHG emissions. On the other hand, frequently referred GHG protocol defines scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3, as we all know. EPDs use A to D classification. And when we come to CBAM, we see direct and indirect emissions. So it would be really beneficial for everybody and convenient also and practical to have one standard for everything or maybe agree on one of them. So there's a little bit way to go in terms of standardization. So I hope and believe that we will build a healthier future together, as our motto says, together with our common efforts. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Toga. And what are the, you mentioned about the green hydrogen's costs. And let's say if we say that 100% with the 100% conversion, what are the capital expenditures and operational expenditures?
Thank you very much for this. It's an important point, actually. As I said, our sector is called hard to abate. That hardness is not coming from technical or technological difficulties. Hydrogen has been available for many years, like natural, like renewable energy as well. However, there are huge CAPEX and OPEX requirements to realize the conversion. When we are talking about green hydrogen, in order to make green, the electricity to the electrolyzer should come from renewable energy sources. So you need to have renewable energy investment before the electrolyzer. So we have calculated how much we would need for total conversion. And it was about more than 700 million euros. Renewable energy plus electrolyzer investment on site to realize 100% conversion. So, as I said, the hardness of hard to abate is actually coming from financial side of the business, not from technical.
Sure. Yes, that's very dramatic. study. And so from the practitioner side, we listened about until now from the international standard developer side and practitioner side. If we come to our side as a national standardization body and conformity assessment side, we as a TSC, not only a standardization body, we have conformity assessment such as management system certifications, validation and verification, as Zakia mentioned before. And when we providing these activities, we sure use the ISO standards. And ISO standards kinds of serving as a barrier to some risks such as greenwashing or misstatements. So this is very crucial. And ISO's, part of the ISO strategy and London Declaration signed by ISO in 2021, and formation was established by ISO, which is the National Climate Champions Network. And as TSC, we are the member of those networks. And from the first meeting of the network, we can say that it was there were very beneficial discussions. We witnessed very beneficial discussions, and also other NSPs implementations regarding to climate action, and that was very beneficial. And as a TSC, as a part of the London Declaration and Climate Champions Network, we established a strategic plan starting from 2024 for 4 years. And when we establishing our strategic plan, we identified our internal and external context and analyze. And as an external context, some of the important aspects available, which is one of which is the ISO's London Declaration, requirements of the London Declaration, and along with some of the important climate actions at national level, such as Green Deal Action Plan, National Green Deal Action Plan, and Climate Change Adaptation Plan, and our nationally determined contributions. Also one of them are nationally determined contributions, giving so much about the Turkey's or countries' approaches to the net zero commitments and the prioritized sectors. Those were also important for us. And we also have we were holding some of the memberships in commissions established according to what action plans. And for example, Green Deal Action Plan, that there were about 18 different commissions. For example, transition sectoral commissions, carbon border adjustment commissions, and it was a very great experience for as a national standardization body because you're witnessing the discussions since the commissions established by different stakeholders and interested parties. We can see we understand, comprehend their insights, and along with the gaps, if there are gaps, for example, if the product standardization is required or not, or validation verification, or standards requirements. So in those respects, that was very beneficial. And we established our strategic plan. And before establishing our strategic plan internally, we established a working group, mostly from the management level. And those working groups, about 5 workshops were implemented, and we made the informative sessions beginning of those workshops about the London Declaration, the requirements of London Declaration, what is climate action, and what are the tasks attained to TSE, some of the national level action plans. For example, the Ministry of Commerce appointed some responsibilities to TSE, such as the technical capacity building of the carbon border adjustment mechanism, and we made informative sessions, and we established our strategic plan. About 700 external, internal parties were participated, and 1,300 external stakeholders were participated with the surveys. We conducted 50 trend analyses along with other stakeholder analyses, and some of the we want to establish that we want to make that because we do not want to want our strategic plan about climate action automatically integrate our action. We want it to be inclusive for our most all of the operations, from standardization to conformity assessment, and we defined some of the objectives. 7 objectives were defined, and 3 of them are related to climate action. And as a standardization perspective, for example, we are going to develop approaches which are interactive and enhancing the sector participation and the civil society and those most vulnerable to climate change for the standard development processes. This is a challenge for us, really challenge. We have to increase the participation with those interested parties, and also we planned some actions related to objective, establishing an incentive support mechanism to ensure that the TSE is more effective in the field of standardization, environment and transportation and energy sectors. Also, we plan to establish strategic collaboration and standard initiatives by acting together with other international and regional standardization organizations, and launching of the standardization expert project. With this project, we want to ensure that increase the participation and real participation from the industrial organization and those interested parties and stakeholders, as I mentioned before. And it is very inclusive, and this strategic plan says that, gives message that as a TSE, as a national standardization body, we cannot be outside of these transition. If we get out, if we cannot adapt this transition, we can left behind, and no one wants that. So it is very important. And let me briefly explain about the TSE's project regarding the promoting of the ISO standards. We conducted a Green Port project and Green Airport project. On those projects, we made collaboration with the authorization authorities. For example, Green Airport project, we made collaboration with National Directorate General of Civil Aviation, and it is regarding to the capacity building in the aviation sector for GHG accounting. And for example, environmental management standard, ISO environmental management standard, and GHG management accounting standard, ISO 14064-1 was used. And Green Port project, this is also with the related authority in collaboration, and some of the ISO standards were used. For example, quality management, environmental management, and GHG accounting standards. But those projects were terminated because firstly, we designed with the authority with a voluntary basis. We made the criteria together, but now the authorities were working on it in order to make it as a regulation and mandatory. And as a new, so Green project was terminated, and now regulation was published by the authority, and now it is mandatory. And we are the authorized entity organization in order to conformity assessment and capacity building, and the ISO standards directly referred in the regulation. And along with, we launched the Green Industrial Zone Certification Program, which is very important, in collaboration with the Ministry of Industry and Technology. And this is the part of our responsibility in National Green Deal Action Plan. And the last one is the launching of the National Carbon Crediting Program. This is very important. We made collaboration with the National Director of Climate Change. With this project, we are aiming to establish a registry, VCM registry at national level, voluntary registry, in order to promote the greenhouse gas reduction and removal enhancement projects, the outside scope of our national ETS system, for example, agriculture, and some of the nature-based solutions are going to be focused on. As to become net zero, the residual emissions can only be compensated by the removal projects. Therefore, it is very important, and it is the part of the achievement of our NDCs at national level. So we strengthened participation in the working groups in ISO, but we're planning to increase it more. And also, now we have a strategic plan. We are in the phase of defining the performance indicators and specific actions, since we have very inclusive, very big organizations spreading all over Turkey. And I hope it will be beneficial for our country and for every side. Also, we have two important standards. One is guideline. ISO net zero guidelines are in our working plan. We are working on it to translate in Turkish language and adopt it. And also ISO 14068 standard, carbon neutrality standard, is also in our working plan. We included in our working plan on the day of it published. We are planning to adopt but in Turkish language, and we are also on the way. The standards prioritized by ISO, energy sector, and some of the standards regarding to test analyzing standards, and we are going to mapping and prioritizing those standards, and planning to increase the participation in our mirroring technical committees or the technical committees or working groups under the ISO. So, yes.
Sorry, I just wanted to say one or two things about the net zero guidelines, because I think they're so important. And of course, there's the carbon neutrality standard. So carbon neutrality in the 14,068 standard, which was just released, it talks about how the ultimate goal is to be able to eventually get to a place where you're only using carbon offsets for the purposes of your residual emissions, which is also very compatible with the ISO net zero guidelines. But I think the case study that you talked about was so important because the ISO net zero guidelines are critical as a capital planning tool, which is exactly what you did, right? Once you understand what your emissions are, then you need to understand what investments you can make into your organization to be able to get down to net zero. And you're going to hit these technical barriers like the hydrogen, and less of a technical barrier, but a economic barrier. But it's still important to do the planning, and we know that government investment needs to come in to be able to scale some of the technologies. But to have industry actually do that capital planning, do that analysis, say, here's how far we can take it, and now we need some government subsidies, or we need additional scaling in order to make these technologies viable. It's all part of the process to get down to net zero. I think the worst thing that we can do is counter emissions, but not bring in that business landscape to say, how do we actually plan for reductions? And that's why I think what you're doing is so exceptional, and to actually be thinking about the net zero guidelines when you're doing it. Sorry, Berna, I just wanted to.
No, I finished my words, by the way. And let's move to the Q&A session. Anyone has a question or comments we would like to hear?
Hello, thank you very much for being with us. My name is Ersin from Turkish Standard Institute. I would like to ask Mrs. Zakia. As you mentioned, ISO has reliable, accountable standards and serves a robust methodology. I also admit that. But how about reaching the people? Because there are lots of private standards which are not strong as ISO. What's your ISO policy about tackling the social barriers? Thank you.
That's an excellent question. And when we talk about ISO standards used everywhere, the first step is everybody needs to know about ISO standards. So what sometimes happens, and I think ISO also recognizes this as an issue, is we produce the standards, they go into a digital library, and unless you're a national standards body, you actually don't know about the standards. So increasing our communications about standards, increasing our social media presence about standards, and then also capacity building so people understand the content of the standards becomes really important. So certainly with the Environmental Management Strategic Business Plan, what you'll see is very specific indicators and very specific action items related to increasing awareness, increasing our media presence, but then also doing capacity building. So starting in 2025, one of the things that we talked about in our strategic leadership group is starting to do 90-minute remote training sessions on different standards, so you actually understand the content of the standards. So when we talk about climate adaptation risk planning, risk and vulnerability planning, how do you do that, and what's inside the standard, and how do you apply it? Then at least you get that exposure to what's inside the standard. So that's something that I'm absolutely dedicated towards. Our strategic leadership group is absolutely dedicated to implementing, and it made it into our strategic business plan, which is the endorsement of all of the member bodies. And we also heard a lot of feedback about languages, so making things accessible in languages, and that's also going to be a priority for us. So we typically work in English. We have started working in French, Arabic, Russian, and Spanish. We already had a Spanish translation task force, and we've had a couple countries come to us and say, "Can you help us? Can you help us with the content if we give you the translation capacity?" And we said, absolutely, we can layer on whatever language you want onto the materials. So it's a great question, and it's absolutely something that we're going to be driving very hard for 2025.
I have a question I want to address to Bernard, because Turkey has a very special relationship with Europe, and Europe has a specific standards, especially when we're talking about CBAM. And I'm just wondering that when there is still a lack of harmonization between those different standards, and ISO is a very comprehensive system as well as it's still in implementation, but sometimes there's some like quantifiable ambiguity within the system itself. How do you address the differences within different systems, and do you have different priorities in different sectors or different industry when you apply them? Thank you very much.
Sure. As we mentioned before, let's say I am an Iron and Steel producer. I have to report for CBAM, and if I have and for example, voluntarily reporting, I have to report for ISO 14064-1 series and etc. In Turkey, there is no specific harmonization for those different standards for the sector, but we are we are implementing as much as we can sectoral projects with the authorities. As I mentioned before, for example, Green Port project, Green Airport projects, such as maritime sector for aviation sectors. But from the perspective as TSE, I can say that we only participate in organizations for the technical capacity building. For example, last 2 years, we have so many informative webinar sessions regarding to carbon border adjustment mechanism and for the different sectors with collaboration with the organizations in Turkey. And so we also, for example, in Turkey, we are the member of the European CBAM methodological working groups established under European Union by DG Taxud. In Turkey, there are only TSE is the member of those groups. We would like to be member of those groups because if we witness the discussions and know the ideas, insights among the European countries, maybe we can direct our sectors in scope of CBAM more correctly, more easily. All I can say is that maybe, I don't know if it's the answer to your question.
Maybe I can contribute from our side to that question, because CBAM is really very important for us. We are preparing ourselves for the upcoming CBAM. Only 5 sectors have been included by now. We are not one of them, but as you know, all the sectors included in the European ETS system will be included in CBAM until 2034, if I remember correctly. CBAM is defining carbon emissions in 2 categories: direct and indirect emissions. Indirect emissions is mainly electricity. So all these sectors in Turkey are trying to prepare themselves to cope with the requirements of CBAM. And as Bernard mentioned, the Turkish ETS system is being established. That's going to be most probably parallel to European ETS system to work together with the European ETS system in terms of CBAM.
Any more questions?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the useful information you are giving. I'm happy to see that in Turkey you could actually implement standards, international standards, into infrastructure development. But then, to me, I'm like, how did you do it? Like, because usually in our context, at least, the collaboration between standards makers and policy makers and decision makers is not very easy. So my question would be, like, what would be the takeaway? What would be like the advice you could give us, like what were the enablers of such a collaboration in the case of Turkey? Thank you.
Maybe in our case, as a TSC, we are kind of public authority and kind of special authority. We are under the Director of Technology, so maybe it sports so much in those respects, made collaboration with the public authorities. But mostly we working so much for explain ourselves to the authorities. What are the points for the, for example, green port and green airport projects? As an let's say you have an airport, and there are different components at the airport, and you have to define the emissions of a specific location. So it requires a kind of technical expertise, and it requires the right comprehension of the standard. So as a TSC, since we have the technical expertise, maybe we can explain ourselves maybe correctly to the authority. But as I said first before, I think we kind of a kind of public and special authority. It's kind of our advantage, I guess.
I think that's a great question, and it's going to vary country to country. So I think if that's something that you're grappling with, let's have a conversation to understand what your country's landscape is. Because I think there's two dimensions to this. So one is the technical side and the level of technical expertise and the alignment of standards technically to what the objectives are to the public policy. And then the second aspect is really does depend on what your legislative process is or what your government policy process is. And it varies country to country. So for example, in Canada, our standards body, our national standards body, it exists because of a federal statute, but it can only play in the space of voluntary standards. So if something needs to come into law, it actually needs to work with a ministry. And then there's a separation of powers between the federal government and the provincial government, so it becomes very complex. So it doesn't matter what the federal government wants to do in certain jurisdictions, the provinces have the authority to implement. So it becomes a much more complex landscape. So I think it is country to country, and the best thing to do is let's have a conversation about what your country's landscape is and see what the specific solutions are for your country, because I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all solution.
And any more questions or comments? I guess not. And lastly, we can take your last comments. Zakia.
No, thank you. Thank you for everyone who's participating and to the individuals who are participating online. I do want to make a call in favor of what my colleagues have said about participation within your national standards body and within the technical committees. There are opportunities to participate. We are going to be focusing a lot on capacity development and offering training sessions remotely to individuals who are interested. So please do get involved, because there is an opportunity to contribute, and this is such a significant problem that we need as many resources as we can. If you're young and you haven't, you're not sure whether you've got the experience to do it, still get involved, because you'll learn through the process and you'll grow through the process. And there's no magic behind the science of climate change, right? This is stuff that we do in first-year university. If you've got a first-year university degree, you can learn the concepts very quickly. So please do get involved within the standardization system. It's great for your own development, but we need the resources as well.
I would like to thank to the audience as well, and thank you for all the questions. There's a long way to go to net zero, but this can only be possible with our common efforts. So we are here, we are determined to do our part. And thank you for hosting us again.
Thank you for the distinguished speakers. We are very honored to have you with us. And lastly, I can say that, like Zakia said, the technical committees, the participation to technical committees is very important. And so we can need your support as a national standardization body for the mirroring participation in the mirroring committees. Thank you for the participations and your questions, and have a nice day.
Dear guests, we're starting our panel. If you would like to listen, it would be make us happy. You can join us. Thank you very much. Hanzade Hanım, Türkan Hanım, nefis konuşmasıyla mutabık olur veya görüntü sırasıyla da olabilir. Nasıl arzu edersiniz? Sunumumuz yeşilliklerin sürümüyle bir yani şey koyulur. Ben arkaya gerekirse. Yes. Dear Turkish delegation, all audience and guests, it's quite an honor to be here and address you all. All of the events and the discussions were quite precious throughout COP28. I know all of you are tired, but also fulfilled. And I'm glad we have your attention for another hour here in the coming last 2 days of COP28. And salute to all online listeners. I'm sure that they're more than the ones than the room. So thank you for joining us. The event, which is being hosted by TTGV. TTGV is Technology Development Foundation of Turkey, where we will have the chance to entertain you about the green transition of Turkish industry with the necessities and opportunities which it brings. I am Özge Özbilgin, Strategic Communication and Stakeholder Relations Professional. Recently, TTGV is one of my service takers, which flatters me a lot. I'm sure you'll agree with me when in a few minutes you hear about the ongoing works of TTGV from Hanzade Sarıçiçek, Deputy Secretary General, who's in charge of heading the programs related with climate technologies in TTGV. Then Türkan Edige, R&D Director of Ford Otosan, will enlighten us about the specifically on mobility sector. First in general, then whereabouts and the plans of Ford Otosan itself. And Hüseyin Güler, who is also multi-hatted professional. Today he's with us with his role as a global business planning and innovation director of Kastamonu Entegre, which is Turkey's largest wood panel producer, pioneer, and innovator in forestry. I know Mr. Güler has too many facts and chat topics in his bag, and I'm confident he'll pick the most interesting ones for us, attractive ones for us. But before starting, I'll take a few more minutes about a few remarks of mine about the agenda. For me and for many people I've recently spoken to in the last weeks, this COP is the most important one since COP Paris 2015 because it's time to talk about the solutions instead of rather than the problems. For the approximately last 10 days, 12 days, but I couldn't count when we have started, more than or around 200 countries are discussing not only the problems, because we already passed that phase, we cannot discuss only the problems right now, but the countries are discussing these solutions in order to attain global and local goals. I think we need everyone on board, not only the individuals, but governments and private sector, all actionists. Climate impact-driven necessities become a task beyond individuals nowadays, because that's why only NGOs and governments are in. It's the fact that more and more people on board, and when it comes to accelerate the climate actions with ideals and ideas. Therefore, as an Earth citizen, I am personally thankful to UN, presidency of COP, presidency of Turkey, and the ministries in charge. Now, but I'm also thankful to TCGV, who is pioneerly and voluntarily, it's really important, stepped in to set actions to increase Turkish industries' awareness and readiness level on climate technologies. Lastly, last week, Fatih Birol, head of International Energy Agency, was very on the stage and he was talking right here. And he have said, slowly and emphasizing every sentence of his words, saying that a new clean energy system is emerging fast and faster than many people do realize. So now that TTCV also saw the new paradigm, I guess, Hanzade Hanım, is that the reason of your being here today? Can you share the story from TTGV side? What brings you to COP28 for the first time?
Thank you, Özge. It's an honor to be here. So, for your first question, I will quickly, who we are and why we are in this business and what are some needs and necessities considering Turkey facts. TTGV is a unique organization, a unique public-private partnership organization established 32 years ago, and its aim is to increase the competitiveness of the Turkish private sector by technology and R&D, and since then it always have been a reputable and reliable platform of networking for Turkey, and developed and implemented many pioneer programs which are also replicated by many stakeholders. And first of the things it achieved is the execution of the Turkey's first private R&D support program, which is important. $500 million soft loan was provided by TTGB for the first time for many Turkish companies, which is very critical. And it's followed by environmental support programs, the first industrial symbiosis programs, clean production programs developed by TTGB. And which is also important, in 2000s, TTGB have played an important role in the development of the investment sector, venture capital investment sector in Turkey, and it's the anchor investor of the first fund of funds, as well as now many national and international investment funds. When we come to the 2022, TTGB made a shift and decided to focus on some areas, some vertical technology areas, and look what are the main topics crucial for the competitiveness of the Turkey private sector, and decided to step in the climate technologies and green transition. Why we did that, I'm sure you all hear that for the last 10 days, but there is no harm to emphasize them again. Climate is the top priority business risk now, and besides its environmental consideration, it's an economic growth strategy adopted by many developed countries. So we see this climate tech business, in the economic perspective, the most important paradigm shift in the next 20 years, like the ICT in 90s and biotech in 2000s. So a new field of competition is emerging, and this is important. Many countries are now taking new steps, even the developed ones. So the developing countries also have a chance and opportunity to catch this new economic paradigm. Countries who develop and adapt these climate technologies will gain a very important competition advantage. And the competition climate is changing from US to Asia, as well as technology climate and investment climate. When we look at some figures, this, as we all know, the climate tech investment, especially by EU and US, increased a lot in the last years, although there is a decrease in 2023 because of some geopolitical, general macroeconomic conditions, you know. And especially this mobility and energy sector is very vibrant, and the other areas like food, agriculture, land use, built environments, and industrial things they don't get as much investments, but they need some alternative financial models. So when we look at the maturity levels of many climate tech like carbon capture usage and storage or SMR nuclear technologies, we see that they are in the phase that they need lots of investments and time to validate their production. So we need some interventions. What we need, of course, these technologies are very expensive, costly. We all know that as compared to their fossil fuel based alternatives, they are at least 2, 3, 5, or 10 times more expensive. So, but this change doesn't only require money, it's a complex change, and it requires to think about the system differently and create resource pools and innovative financial models and strong leverage models. This is why we step in. Many countries, of course, start to announce strong political ownership and incentive mechanisms for climate tech, like tax incentives, substitutions, or other R&D funds. We know that, but many of them are at very early stage, and there need to be a coherent industrial system for that. And we also talk a lot about climate capital stack model lately, which means especially before the commercially viable phase, these technologies need some blended capital strategies, not only public, private, but there should be some combination because it should be a collective job.
Hanzade Hanım, what was your observation for Turkey?
This is Turkey. I have put some facts about Turkey. Now, you know, we have a net zero target for 2053, and now we have a starting strong ownership by Directorate of Climate Change, Ministry of Environment, as well as other related ministries like Industry and Technology, Trade and Energy and Natural Resources. We have a Green Deal plan in action, and our new development plan have a specific focus on that. Our main export area, EU, has this Green Deal and carbon border adjustment mechanism, so especially our cement and iron steel industries will be affected from them. And we have some positive things, although the high-tech production is not at the required level. We have a very strong industry base, high potential and renewable. We are becoming an important solar industry hub. As far as I know, we are the first in EU in solar panel production. And we are a good candidate of green hydrogen. These are the positive things. And the new supporting policies and incentives are developing very newly. A few days ago, Turkey got a $450 million fund from World Bank, and through TÜBİTAK and KOSGEB, this will be distributed to Turkish private sector companies, which is very important. We have a hydrogen strategy roadmap now. But as I said, this is the last slide for this. Why we stepped in, as I said, this transformation is very complex, capital incentive, and we need different resources to be pooled. Therefore, we stepped into these and we developed some climate tech support programs. Maybe I can explain them in the second part.
Yes, I'm especially interested in that part, what your plans are, but up to now we understood why you're here. Now let me just pass it to Türkan Hanım, please. Then on the second round we'll talk about your plans. Türkan Hanım, talking about the general, now we're coming to one of most on the screen sectors, mobility and electric cars, and we can see all electric cars spread around the COP28 area, not only in the mobility hub, but outside everywhere, the new technologies. Now, it's a fact that 3 years ago, let me read in order not to make any mistake, 1 out of 25 cars that have sold globally was electrical. This year, it's increased to 1 out of 5. So, depending on International Energy Agency's most conservative estimation, in 2030, the ratio will be 1 to 1. And this is the most conservative scenario expectation. Fatih Birol have again said, this is quite important, and I'm quoting with his remarks, if you think it's happening because of climate concerns, you're completely wrong, he said. And then he continued, does automobile company CEOs want to save the world? They see clean energy will bring money to them. This was his words. So, what do you think about IEA's estimation, and where does this mobility sector going from your point of view? In the second round, I'll ask questions about Turkey and Turkish electricity positioning. Thank you.
Okay. Hi and welcome everyone. I am quite honored to be here with you today and want to express my gratitude for the opportunity to contribute to this important panel with you. It's a pleasure to engage in this discussion which holds significant relevance to climate change and its effect to our industry, automotive industry. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Türkan Edege. I hold both bachelor and master degrees in mechanical engineering. I have been working in Ford Otosan for 17 years now in many different positions, and for the last 3 years I am R&D, IPR and sustainability leader working on the R&D projects in each area. Just a very recent background. The graph on the right-hand side, top right, is showing, it was presented on 2019 with 3 different temperature increase scenario of the future projection. And despite all those meetings, commitments, plans and actions taken for the last 10, maybe 15 years, we are on the worst scenario projected on 2019. So nothing is enough. And nothing should be planned for the future. We need to act now. We are quite aware of that, I think, everybody. And the right world map is showing all the climate anomalies and disasters happen in 2022. So we don't just see it on the graph, we feel it deeply and facing their effects and disasters.
No more place for any more disasters, I guess. Just left upper side can bear some disasters, that's all.
Even no place for writing any additional words. So it's full of disasters with their economical effects and effect to our daily lives. So where is the transport sector in this chart? It's the major greenhouse emission source in global emissions. In EU 13, it's 30%, including heavy duty. And decarbonization of the road transport is essential for going to net zero for 2050. How the framework is being created for automotive? There are 3 main milestones actually. One is Paris Agreement, giving the target of 1.5 degrees, limiting the global warming. The second one is IPCC, giving detailed targets to be net zero by 2050. And the third one is EU taxonomy, which is defining actually what is sustainable economically, financially, let's say. If we deep dive further, one step further, for the automotive industry, EU Green Deal and Fit for 55 actually defining 100% emission reduction for cars and vans by 2035. And EV structure is mandated in this Green Deal, and CBAM and carbon pricing are now on the table. There are national ICE bans, as you know, city declarations like Paris, London, which are banning ICE cars to enter those cities and their restrictions. Energy crisis on the war, Ukraine and Russia, reminded everybody the importance of renewable energy and the dependency, the need for the reduction of dependency on natural gas. And unfortunately, the recent instabilities on the Middle East will most probably create further fluctuations on the fossil fuel prices on the future. We will see that. On top of that, there are, as Fatih Birol said, it's not only for saving the climate or the world. There is a new generation coming as now our new customers with different preferences on the mobility, and new business models are now with us. So all of those inputs are creating this transformation in the automotive. I think it's not exaggerating to say that we are seeing a transformation with a huge impact that we can compare even the transformation that Henry Ford started 130 years ago from horses to cars. It's even that big, this transformation. And it's not anymore enough to engineer the car to tailpipe emissions. We need to think of all scopes, 1, 2, 3, full life cycle of the vehicle from material extraction to the end of life. It's a huge conceptual change for us. It's bringing the concept of cradle to cradle instead of gate to gate, which was we used to work in the automotive industry. And the good thing is, from linear economy, the economical model is changing to circular economy, which we all need in every part of the life.
Exactly.
So the technologies emerging are electrification, fuel cell, hydrogen, ICE technology, connected vehicles, autonomous vehicles, and new mobility trends. Today, with the constraint of time and also the focus on the decarbonization of the transport, I will only mention the details about the electrification and the hydrogen economy. Unfortunately, the headlines are gone. I don't know why, but this is the electrification page. I will start talking with the markets. We are seeing a huge market growth, much more faster than expected or projected years ago. We see this year and at the end of this year, 14 million EVs we will see globally, which is, I think, 35% increase compared to end of last year.
End of last year, 35%.
Exactly. This is a huge market increase, and it has downside effects for all other mainstreams, actually. At the end of 2040, we expect to have 730 million of EVs globally on the roads. So it's a huge number. China, of course, is positioned as front runner, and Europe is the second biggest market, which also affects Turkey as being the major exporter on the automotive.
Yes.
Exactly. Competitiveness and EV price is a headache for both customers and OEMs. Currently, neither the customer nor OEM is happy with the EV price of the vehicles. It's due to the battery price. We expect it to be pretty much at same levels for passenger cars by 2035, with the cost reduction and efficiency technologies to be developed on the battery technology. But we have long way to go for this pricing. Although we see the market growth, the customers are not happy with the EV price. We know that. On the energy demand, last year we have a 0.5% in energy demand in the total global energy consumption, which means actually less than 1 million barrel per day avoided fossil fuel by using EV vehicles. On the net zero scenario, it should be 8 million barrels per day avoidance. And the energy demand is 30-fold actually compared to last year. It requires huge infrastructure and energy manufacturing infrastructure and investments required. Above $1 trillion is expected to be invested.
Big numbers. So if you let me to sum up, we're all aware, I mean, sector is aware what is waiting for them. All the sector players have scenarios and have plans for near future meaning 2030, I guess. We're just all common on that. So on the second round, could you please ask me, and maybe you can prepare your mind about what's in your oven for the turkey, but while you're thinking about that, may I pass Hüseyin Bey right now, Türkan Hanım, with your excuse?
Okay.
Hüseyin Bey, that was from mobility, and Türkan Hanım enlightened us perfectly. Now, what is the situation in one of the other fancy topics, bio-based products? Sounds fancy, and feels fancy. And bio-based products in green transition is quite important, as we all know. So, how do you rank Turkish industry and willingness and readiness level of Turkish industry? I'm quite interested personally in the willingness. Willingness part is important for me. Just please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Özge Hanım. I'm very happy to be here because I'm not representing the high-tech sector. I'm part of the conventional sectors, industries in Turkey, and I want to show you how conventional sectors or conventional industries could contribute for the green transition or to create a green shift for the Turkish economy. But I will not start with Turkey, but I will start from the Italy actually.
Let's see why.
But I will try to explain you. Actually, I'm sure that all of us, we know the famous Italian writer Dante Alighieri. Dante Alighieri used to stay in this historic monastery. It's called Pomposa. It's from the 7th century actually. During the travels from Ravenna, Venice to Verona, he used to stay at that monastery actually. The interesting point for the Turkish industry is that just 2 kilometers away from this place, the biggest Turkish investments in Italy, industrial investment in Italy stands, which is the Castamone Italia. And of course, Turkish companies could make investment abroad, internally as well, could create jobs for the future. But the most interesting thing with that location is that we are producing with 100% recycled furnitures. And we are contributing fully for the green transition. And I'm sure that it will be a nice example for the Turkish industrial players as well. I want to underline it again. We are producing with 100% recycled furniture materials in that factory.
Where are you getting those recycled furnitures? Source of the recycled furniture.
Source of the recycled furniture is from the Italian municipalities, from the individual consumers. If they want to change their furnitures, we are taking them and we are transiting to new production. So
Great.
you see the West, and this is the product. So we are happy to contribute to global economy. And this is what my company is doing. We are producing wood-based panels. We are present in 6 different companies. We are trying to be more and more global. We are proud to be Turkish company, but we are to serve more and more globally for the further development of Turkish economy. And this is the interesting part, I guess, of our product. You know, this is the hierarchical statement of the different sets of product in terms of their CO2 footprints. And you see that wood-based products are at the bottom of the line, which give us an energy that if we can contribute more to that industry, we can also contribute more for the green transition. You know, 0.9 tons of 1 meter cube of wood sequester the 0.9 tons of carbon dioxide, which is very important. So we can storage the carbon in our product. And I want to give
Impressive.
yes, I want to give you an example from Konya, actually, from Turkey. You know, we are speaking about new technologies, new developments, new researches, but we know that from our past. This is the mosque, Konya Eşrefoğlu Mosque. It's 7 centuries old, and it's wooden, and it's still sinking the carbon. So if we look to our past, to history, we can find some interesting point which can inspire for the creation of new technologies for the future. If we come to the recent policy papers, there are several European papers, policy papers underlining the importance of use of wood-based product for this transformation. Also, the 12th development plan is very crucial, very important for the transition. There is a special footage in that which say that the use of climate-sensitive and energy-efficient, sustainable wood-based buildings will be expanded in Turkey for the coming future. That's why, as Kastamonu Group, we are paving the way to make big R&D investment, to focus on innovation side of green transition. And maybe it will be better to speak more about these best practices in the coming question.
Yes,
thank you.
It was quite interesting, and it's always makes all of us happy to hear about these past coming today and bringing us to future examples, I guess. Thank you very much, Hüseyin Bey. Now, coming back to TTGV and Hanzade Hanım, I think most of the TTGV fellows and friends wonders about the whereabouts of TTGV. And on the first round, Hanzade Hanım made it clear why they are here and they're voluntarily taking responsibility. Now, may I kindly ask, what do you plan? What will be your actions for this pioneering?
Okay, thank you, Özge. As I said in the first part, as a 33 years old technology foundation of Turkey, it's very old compared to many organizations. We see this climate tech as a new paradigm shift for the economy, like ICT in 90s and health tech in 2000s. So we developed some programs, and as I said, we need a coalition of public, private, and NGOs all together, and philanthropists and individuals. We developed and very newly last year developed some programs to increase the capacity of our country in development and adaptation of climate tech and green transition. And we try to eliminate gaps between the different stakeholders. So as TTGV, we approach the climate tech very broadly, from technologies that reduce the climate effect to technologies that increase the resilience to their effect and manage their effect. And we have our own technology radar. You can also access this from our website. We make this radar and revise it frequently with our climate lab, climate community from Turkey. And we focus on 5 vertical sectors, which are the main cause of the climate change. One is the mobility, as Türkan Hanım. One is the industrial production in every sector, like Hüseyin Bey explained. Another is built environment, agriculture, food and forestry, and energy. We define. Sorry.
Hanzade, may I interrupt you and make
Of
a
course.
quick remind to the guests and the ones online. This energy radar is extremely useful when prepared by all TTGV colleagues, fellows, and I really advise you all to enter their website and search and just investigate the climate technologies radar and the rational between after that. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting. I did want to remind.
We mainly focus on technologies which are important for the competitiveness of the Turkish industry, and we have those subsectors. I won't show you here, but you can check, as Özge said. And these are our program structures. We focus the technology developing a climate tech ecosystem in Turkey, and we have a community program called Climate Lab. We come together frequently and we share information and we produce some information all together. Our flagship program is Climate Pioneer Projects program. I will define it later with a few more slides. And we have an industry program called Eco Production, focusing on green transition of the industry. And of course, we have a strong investment arm. As I said, TTGV has been anchored in the development of the venture capital ecosystem in Turkey. This Pioneer program had its pilot year last year. You know, when you look at the technology readiness level of new technologies, like the ones like climate tech and most deep tech technologies, there are different phases and needs different intervention mechanisms. So we developed a three-phase program. We call it climate seed, demo, and industry stage. And we, as you know, in each phase, the developers, the technology providers needs different interventions. We start the project process with a deep dive analysis. This is an important analysis, define the gaps and needs, and from this deep dive, we find the potential industrial application scenarios for proven technologies and try to make a feasibility and project plan for first-of-a-kind climate tech applications in Turkey, and we also invest in such projects with our funds. At the seed stage, we mainly focus on technology valorization and early prototype and startup design. And the demo phase, we try to touch them with market validation and market entry consultancy. These programs have different structures, but this deep dive process we see is an important and can be good example for other program developers for climate tech.
Are these available online also?
Deep dives, yes, short versions of deep dives are available. I will give you some information, but in the end, we try to become an action tank that carries out organized and systematic studies in the climate technologies which are crucial for Turkey. And we define the first-of-a-kind projects and early-stage technologies available in Turkey. And after the deep dive, I won't give the details. I can provide more information. This is actually a leverage program. In this industry one, we focus on first-of-a-kind climate tech projects in Turkey. This technology may be local or international, but the main important point is it should be a pioneering effect and create a domestic capacity, because these technologies are risky and expensive. Private sector won't invest to them. So with our catalytic investment through our VC funds, we try to design and invest in these projects. Up to now, we make 3 deep dives, and we started the alternative protein deep dive. For example, our first deep dive was long duration electrochemical energy storage project, and now we study with the big energy and industrial companies feasibility study of 3 potential topics. In Turkey, we don't have the long duration energy storage. Now we want to initiate such projects. And our second topic will be the usage of hydrogen and cement technologies. Now we are working on its feasibility. This will be an important example for Turkey if we can make the joint investment with the joint venture model. This is our model. Okay. How many minutes do I have? I can.
You can keep going for 1 or 2 more minutes.
Okay.
We can arrange that.
We also look for early stage technologies, but at the first stage, we built a research and technology valorization committee, and we provide guidance and roadmap to very early stage climate tech businesses in Turkey. This model can be a good example for some other institutions like us. And in the demo phase, we support the first pilot demo application and market validation process. Very quickly, this program is another program. This is a technical consultancy interface. Why we did develop this program? We saw that the industry, especially small and medium-sized industry, is not aware of the importance and how crucial this green transition is, and they are not ready. So we designed an interface model. Actually, we provide them identifying their needs and project design. We provide a comprehensive project value chain from analysis to financing, and we can make scanning and project mining, provide an infrastructure with experts, database and necessary methodologies, and provide technical consultancy for them to build projects that can be financed with green finance. This is
Am I understanding right? Individual companies, industrial companies can knock the TTGB's door and ask for green transition consultancy help, right?
They can do that, or we also work with pilot umbrella organizations like organized industrial zones, development agencies, chamber of industries, and we focus their companies and make a preliminary analysis with our specific tool developed by us. This shows the capacity and maturity in green transition. Then we prepare the roadmap and the project feasibility, because there are lots of financial mechanisms, funds now, but they are not ready to access these funds because they cannot design a proper green projects. This is
So
why.
you're preparing planning for the companies.
Yes.
Okay, understood. Wow, thank you. So you stopped before I reminded. Thank you very much, Anzade Hanım. Then now we're coming back to R&D. That means electricity, mobility. Türkan Hanım, since you're at the top of the R&D, what's in the oven for Ford Otosan? What shall we expect from Ford Otosan and the sector in Turkey? Just maybe teasers, maybe your expectations, maybe your workload. What's your workload?
My slides are coming? Yeah.
Yes.
I think from where we
thank
have
you,
left.
technical team. They're also working very hard. Technical team, thank you so much.
Let me first explain Ford Otosan in a very short. It's a joint venture company between Koç Group and Ford Motor Company with equal shares. In total, more than 700 K annual manufacturing capacity in 4 plants, including Romania Craiova plant that we bought last year. And in terms of numbers, we are #1 CV brand in Europe with more than 20K employees. Turkey is an export champion for the last 5-6 years. In terms of brief history of the Ford Otosan, is starting with 1928 to the date. We have big achievements from a dealership to become the Turkey's export champion. So I will not deep dive on the details.
Thanks to the sales team then.
Yes, exactly. Vehicles produced by Ford Otosan, we are producing heavy duty, medium, light commercial vehicles as well as passenger car in our new plant in Romania. Our plants are Yeniköy, Gölcük, Eskişehir and Craiova with different manufacturing capacities, in total more than 700K annually. Our R&D centers, we have 4 different R&D centers. Sancaktepe one is the largest R&D center in Turkey in one location. In total, more than 2,200 engineers are working in these 4 locations, and we are doing R&D management of all mid and future products.
2,000, more than 2,000
for
200.
R&D. Yeah, exactly. Wow. We are a huge organization in terms of R&D. Exactly.
Yes, yes.
Our top technology priority areas are connected, autonomous, electrified, CO2 reduction, and sustainable materials. And our Horizon projects, the journey started for us on 2015, and today we have 34. I think we have 2 more good news on that one. I couldn't verify. 34 Horizon projects, international projects on our priority area. So we are quite open to collaboration in our priority areas with all the companies interested. Our carbon transition program, the sustainability for Ford Otosan, is not a recent subject. It's going to the beginning of foundation of the company. So I will not deep dive here, but it was always on the agenda. And we are conducting a survey for the priority areas of sustainability with all of our stakeholders. And this is
this one is quite interesting. If I may ask for your attention a little bit deeper.
This is the result of last year. Climate change is our #1 priority for both our stakeholders and importance to Ford Otosan. This is how we are prioritizing our actions and plans and investments. This is the main projection for us. And this is the same for World Economic Forum 2023 Global Risk Report. The top risks for the next 10 years, they are all related to climate. So we are also saying, as Ford Otosan, with the vision of future now, we are taking the action to reach our carbon transition, waste and circular economy and water targets. And we are leading the ecosystem with our all stakeholders, including our supplier base, employees, and etc. This is our sustainability vision. In terms of targets, by 2030, we target to be carbon neutral in all our facilities. Zero emission cars for passenger vehicles is 2030, for commercial vehicles is 2035, and for heavy duty, we commit to be zero emission vehicle for 2040. We also signed the ASEA as fossil free commitment. In terms of logistics, carbon neutral logistics and carbon neutral supplier base by 2035. This is our sustainability targets. Design for sustainability is our philosophy for our products because we are emerging to a circular economy where we should start designing the products from the beginning, from scratch, as sustainable. We cannot do it at the end when it's already become products. That's why we have sustainability plastic targets. Circularity of EV battery is an important subject for us.
Yes,
We
the
have
waste management of the batteries is not this panel, but it's also one of the extremely important topics of the waste management. In this area, with the hosting of Republic of Turkey, waste management will be action needed topic.
exactly. Battery circularity is important for us, and we have quite a few horizon projects on this subject. And life cycle assessment is an area that we have developed ourselves. We can do in-house assessment for all of our products. It's already available. And we are also giving trainings on the life cycle assessment to other companies that we are working together. This is the electrification side, what Ford Otosan is doing. We want to deliver best-in-class electrified powertrains for all of our products. We have launched Raccoon 2-3-wheel electrified mobility, and Rigid E-Truck is already commercial trial. Next generation batteries and horizon projects we are working on. So it's quite important slide, I think. In Ford Motor Company electrification plans, there are 9 vehicles to be fully electric plants, and 6 out of these 9 vehicles are produced in Ford Otosan plants. We are a quite important stakeholder for Ford Motor Company in terms of future electrification.
I may like to trade that Mustang Mach-E, I guess. I really wonder, could you please inform us when Mustang Mach-E ready?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you so much.
We all wonder that, yeah. In terms of F-Trucks, which is our product, the IPR is 100% owned by Ford Otosan, fully engineered by Ford Otosan engineers. We plan to be zero emission month by 2040, and half of European sales to be zero emission by 2030. We have many projects ongoing on F-Trucks for electrification. In terms of CO2 reduction, we commit 15% CO2 reduction by 2025 and an additional 15 by 2030 on the F-Trucks. We signed the ASEA's commitment for fossil free, and we want to be carbon neutral by 2050 on F-Trucks. And we have future projects coming. Just as an answer, I think that's all for the slides. For Turkey, the question for your Turkey question, I think in terms of commitment, we are at a good point where we have signed the Paris Agreement, and we even commit as Turkey 41% emission reduction by 2030. It's quite good intention. We need more detailed plans with all stakeholders, local authorities, governments, and private sector, with RNRs agreed and who will be doing what.
Yes.
In terms of market, we have quite a few percentage market share for EVs in Turkey currently.
How many you said? Sorry, I couldn't catch that.
It should be less than 1%.
Okay.
Yeah, it's quite a few because of electrical cost, of course, and infrastructure, which is quite limited in Turkey, only in big cities like Istanbul
Yes.
and Izmir, but not available in other cities. Hydrogen economy is quite important. I think Turkey has the potential to be the hub, central hub for hydrogen. We have an hydrogen roadmap plan published by Ministry and Ministry Turkey. We need to stick to the commitments and work the downstream work plans actually to clarify further, because we have quite limited time left and we all want good things to happen in Turkey.
Exactly. Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Türkan. Thank you. They were quite enlightening. And now back to Hüseyin Bey. Now I guess it's time to listen to your case stories, which I was looking forward to hear because I know they're quite attractive. Please, word is yours.
Thank you so much. Actually, I want to underline that we are speaking about green transition. We cannot reach the green transition without enormous or deep dive focus on R&D and innovation. I think R&D and innovation are crucial part for green transition.
Of course.
That's why we are paving a very important role for the enhancement of R&D activities in our ecosystem, let me say, because we believe that what we are producing today with fossil-based chemicals, in coming future, it will be available that we can do it with bio-based chemicals. So this is a vision for now, but I'm sure that it will be a reality in coming future. That's why all of our focus is how we can replace the fossil-based with the bio-based chemicals. During my first part of speech, I mentioned that it's important to recycle the materials and to create chances to use it again and again.
Yes.
This was the number one point. Now I want to give you an example for the second point, which is replacing the fossil-based chemicals with the bio-based chemicals.
During the production phase.
Yes, during the production phase, because it means that you are producing the same product, but the features are quite different. Also, the chemistry of the product is quite different.
Yes.
So we have developed a special product. It's a particle board. You can see it on your tables in this pavilion, for example. Usually, it's done with the wood and fossil-based, petrol-based chemicals. We are replacing.
These ones we are talking.
Yes,
It's
not that one. Yeah, maybe this one.
Yes, standard
Yeah.
tables woods. Okay.
This is a composite product with wood and chemicals. But what's interesting with that product, we call it pure board. It's interesting that we are putting together organic material with bio-based chemicals. So it's unique for Turkey. And there are just few number of companies in the world who are able to produce it.
Why?
Because it's not easy.
Expensive?
Rather than being expensive, it's not easy to produce it because mechanically you are of course you are using different chemicals which are changing the physical structure of the product.
Okay.
So we reached to do it on a commercial level thanks to our R&D engineers, and now we have a solid product with bio-based chemicals. Perfect. Actually. Perfect. And we ranked. Fast Company in global level is organizing a ranking list for the most innovative companies at the global level. The number one company is OpenAI. There is a Turkish version of that, and this year we rank at 18th place. The number one company at that ranking list is Baykar Technologies for sure. The second one is Insider, the new unicorns of Turkey. We as Customer Group from the traditional sector, for me it's very interesting that we are a top fan of this list.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, if you look at the other companies, most of them are from digital sector, from high-tech sector, from defense sector. So this is a unique motivation for us, and we believe that we can do it better. I spoke about the recycling, I spoke about the bio-based chemical, and now we are coming to third point, which is the upcycling. Upcycling,
Okay,
yes.
let's learn what that is.
Yeah, you know, every day we are using coffee, so we leave coffee waste, we leave coffee grounds for the nature. But now, thanks to the collaboration with a startup called West Espresso, we have successfully able to place these waste coffees to our products. So you see on the screen that we have developed a particle board with the waste coffees.
So coffee smelling covers we will use in the
Why not?
near
Why
time.
not? Why? This is interesting thing. So
Yes, exactly.
this is unique in the world, not just in Turkey, unique in the world. And we were invited for a special trend zone of Salone del Mobile in Milano in 2024. Two of our young lady developers of this project will be present at April 2024 in Milano, just to show how they develop this product. So this is a unique innovation from Turkey.
Nice.
So you see another unique innovation as Turkish coffee machine.
Yes.
But we are able to turn it, the coffee waste,
To furniture.
to furniture.
Wow,
So it's
well
total upcycling solution for the future. Yeah, we can do it better for sure. We have clear priorities to be more and more bio-based. We know that we need new knowledge for that. That's why we are very much open for R&D collaborations, international R&D collaborations.
Perfect.
We are part of several R&D networks for the creation of more sustainable solution. Because when we are speaking about the bio-based solution, we need to change our approach for conventional R&D innovation. So we need to grasp new mindset for that. That's why, as Türkan Hanım mentioned, we are part of different Horizon Europe, I mean European R&D project plus TÜBİTAK R&D project. For sure, it's done through the very concrete technological roadmap, which shows our strategy and ambition for the future. And thanks to this project, we are part of several networks in which we are able to create new solutions for the future.
Perfect.
Let me give you some key takeaways. So we are in a
Yes, please, we need to sum up.
we are in a traditional sector, but we are keen to be more and more present for the development of bio-based product. First, we should think about how this transition will be done. We need to be more and more concrete. As Kastamonu Group, we want to be pioneer in this field. As a Turkish company, I personally believe that I'm personally very much motivated that we can do it better and better.
Exactly.
Better and better at the global level. That's why we need a very concrete and unique innovation model to do that. Without concrete innovation model, I'm not so sure that we can progress as we needed. Together with that, we will create more and more circular bio-based product. To do that, we need a strategic approach for the future. We need very concrete technology roadmap.
Yes.
with the hunting zone, which we will hunt for the future of technologies. Last point, of course, we should have very solid targets. We should have timeline and milestone to do that. I'm sure that we can do it better on the future. Thanks to everyone. Thanks to the ministry, which allow us to place our project and case studies. Thank you.
It was nearly like my closing remarks, because I'm always keep saying that we are not Turkey, I mean globally, we all are really perfect in road mapping. Road maps are wonderful. We know the plans, we know what to do, but that action taking, that first step, realizing is the part we're most missing our time and efforts, I guess. So this year we discussed about the what should the solutions need to be. And I hope and I'm sure that with the help of TTGV to industries in Turkey, by the leading of Ford Otosan for the mobility sector, and really quite a showcase showing us that it can be done when you contribute in the industry. Next year in Baku, I hope that we will put the progress on the table and bare our hands and say that from last year to this year, these are the things that we have done. This is my prayer for the next year. And I'm not sure whether we have a 5 or 10 more minutes. If you have any questions, or if my guests any closing remarks, or if we miss to speak out anything. Any questions? Please do so. Could you please introduce yourself first to our speakers?
Hello, yes, I'm coming from Europe, Paris. And my question is about you talked about the H2 cell, H2 cells, sorry. So is it about the new 100% hydrogen system? Or because I'm working on the H1, so a system at the COP, nobody knows really about instantaneous hydrogen. I will share to you after the meeting, maybe after your presentation. It can transform from water to instantaneous hydrogen, and we can reduce the pollution up to 85%. So I wanted to know about what do you mean about that H2 cells in your presentation.
We are working on the hydrogen technologies for heavy duty. The first one is hydrogen ICE engines. We have started the R&D process on that one. So using hydrogen as a fuel in an internal combustion engine. That's the first part. And we also work on the fuel cell development for heavy duty, again, using hydrogen as energy source. So these are the two topics. We also submitted a proposal for an hydrogen ecosystem to Horizon Europe, small scale hydrogen valley. It's a huge ecosystem located in Kocaeli plant, of course, imagined, with households, all other industries, including mobility. We couldn't, unfortunately, had the grant. However, we plan to do it again next year, maybe as large scale. And in Turkey, we also plan to submit a 10-mark SAEM proposal for, again, a local consortium for hydrogen economy, and we will be the leader of that consortium as well. These are the hydrogen studies we are doing, but we can have the discussion together, yeah, for collaboration. Okay.
My name is Wang Ren, also come from China, from a university in Wuhan. Also continue to this question, yeah. When talk about heavy-duty trucks or the heavy-duty fleet, when talk about often hydrogen, but maybe you talk about trucks with electricity. What's about it? Is how strong? Or when you talk about the trucks with electricity, or the electrification trucks, what it mean? Yeah, it's my first question. And also talk about your company will reduce 3 ton or the 3, I don't exactly see the figures of the 3 per vehicle or per kilometer in 2025 baseline, yeah, 2019. But the figure is not important. But my question is, what's challengeable for your company for these figures or for this reduction? And also small questions also for you talk about connected vehicles. Yeah, I see when vehicle connected, you can exchange information, you can form a fleet, and what's more by you or from your company by in this term connected vehicle?
Okay.
If you your questions are quite interesting, and I'm sure that all of us want to hear about that. But since we're out of our time, may I suggest one more thing? Because we're having an online broadcast, keep going air, so maybe we can discuss privately with us on the house after the discussion. Turkin Hanım, if you please let me, and if it's okay
No
for you,
problem.
for the time saving. If you have any other questions, we're here, and it would be our guests, great pleasure to have a chat with you. Any closing remarks, or I really appreciate and thankful to TTGV for hosting. Of course, the presidency of Turkey for letting us be here, and for all of you, especially for joining us and listening. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are on time, and please find your seat. Hi, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished speakers. Welcome to the side event at Turkey Pavilion. And today we are talking a very important topic on the development of carbon market in Turkey. First of all, I'm Zhibin. I come from International Carbon Action Partnership, ICAP. And ICAP is an intergovernmental platform that governments with carbon markets and will exchange their experience in ICAP. And today we are very glad to jointly organize this event with the Climate Change Directorate of Turkey. So I will introduce the agenda today. First of all, we will have the opening speech, and then we will go into a panel discussion. Then I will open the floor to the audience for the Q&A section. So first of all, I will be glad to introduce our first speaker to give the opening speech. Our first speaker is Dr. Kadir Bektas, and he is the Deputy Director at the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change in Turkey. Kadir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Directorate of Climate Change of Turkey, I extend respectful greetings and warm welcome to our site event. Today is a pivotal moment as we convene to discuss development and the piloting of emission trading system. Especially it has opportunities and challenges. The emission trading system in collaboration with the International Carbon Action Partnership. We are really so happy and grateful. As the Deputy Director of Directorate of Climate Change of Turkey, it's an honor to stand before you and convey our sincere appreciation for your presence. First of all, I wish to highlight the driving force behind this event is the Partnership for Market Implementation project, made possible through generous grant from the World Bank. Thank you. This initiative gained momentum following ratification of the Paris Agreement by the Turkey at 2021. This development underscores Turkey's commitment to exploring initiative approaches to combating climate change, particularly through the implementation of emission trading system. All we gather here with a shared commitment to addressing challenges posed by the climate change, focusing on developing and implementation of emission trading system. This event served as an essential platform for exchange, ideas, experiences, and insights. And we are fortunate to have a distinguished panel of the experts who accepted our invitation to contribute to their valuable perspectives. Concluding my opening remarks without extending your time, I would like to initiate a panel by handing over the floor to Mr. Chibin Chen, yes, thank you, from ICAP, who will be moderating the session. Once again, I extend my best wishes for the productive event to all participants, and we eagerly anticipate the valuable insight that our esteemed panelists will share. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kadir. Well, today we are going to discuss the ETS development in Turkey. And as we know, Turkey has been collecting data from the industry for quite a long time and has a very good data foundation. And what's the next step to establish carbon market? Can you show us more information?
Yes, sir. Let me show my presentation. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
This is the second time I am on floor. Yes, I would like to start with a general overview of how the Republic, Turkey, sees the world and the future of it. Turkey. Could you help me? Which one? Okay. Let's see how we see the future and how we locate ourselves. I will be quoting and referring to our draft development plan, a key document that describes overall policy, scheme, and Turkey's conception of the world. Generally, we see the general international efforts in climate change combat are not sufficient in reaching the Paris Agreement goals. As you would confirm, negative impact of climate change increase an exponential rate. The Paris Agreement, as you know, is the main document on the international climate regime, defines a goal limiting the global temperature increases to Celsius degrees and continuing efforts 1.5 Celsius degrees above pre-industrial levels. However, we see that mitigation efforts, unfortunately, are not enough, especially as far as I know. Even the pledges and targets and current indices are achieved, there will be a still mitigation, really mitigation gap for our global warming targets. As you see in the figure, most well-known figure, as you know, it's International Energy Agency, as far as I know. Yes. As you see in the figure, with the blue line, limiting global warming cannot be realized. And out of the century, unfortunately. But we aim to limit in the half of the century. Acknowledging that means the global ambitions should be increased. Since climate change is existential threat, the failure is inexcusable. That's the main part. Thus, we believe that countries will somehow find the optimal, realistic, and applicable policy sets. Also, today's problems are unique in many aspects. Sustainability, environmental integrity, competitiveness, economic growth, and biodiversity are all integrated and interrelated. This means that the policymaker approach should embrace topics as a whole. And this new understanding will be a new mainstream approach in the world. So in this context, what is the response of the Turkish or Turkey or Turkish Republic? Of course, it is Green Development Movement, which started by the Mr. Erdogan 2 years ago. As the Turkish Republic celebrates its first century, the vision of second century focused on the net zero target, 2053, and shaped itself in this sense. The policy scheme reached out from 2024 to 2053 in complementary and holistic manner. The priority of all is continued efforts on transforming Turkey into the green, digital transformation and competitive economy. Establishing a new emission trading system. Our aim, our main features, and what is the Turkey's schedule. As you know, emission trading system is the indeed mitigation tool for the greenhouse gas emissions. Our policy scheme fits into the 2053 agenda of Turkey. We have been monitoring our emissions since 2015. We will establish an ETS that focuses primarily on carbon-intensive sectors and will initially include industry and electricity sectors. In order to achieve green and competitive industry, ETS will lead the cheapest mitigation options. And so, as a revenue generator, support for green transformation to the industry will help over time. Moving to main features of the process, I would like to point out that emission trading system preparation start with the PMR project and reached approximately about 10 years. And I hope it will be gone with the new project, PMI projects. PMR projects includes technical studies, information system, capacity building of the stakeholders, and network for the consultation in our country. The Climate Council that we organized last year can be a good example in terms of evaluating common understanding. Taken together with the various stakeholders, Council decision regarding carbon pricing are instructive for our policies. With this understanding, participation and consultation are at the center, and the decision-making will be upon a board structure named as Carbon Market Board. As we attach importance to transparency and predictability, which is reflected in the allocation plan design. The plan will be publicly available and will ensure stakeholders are ready for the future for the next term. EU ETS, on the other hand, is an important example for us, and our system takes it as an example. Particularly, we will be implementing a project on the ETS legislation to ensure such compatibility. In order to benefit market principles, the market should be stable and resilient to external shocks. Thus, we will be implementing stability rules. Also, market itself should be flexible enough for the adaptability. For the schedule that we plan, we will have finished cap and allocation studies and consultation process in 2024. This means that Turkish emission trading system will start functioning in 2024 on October, 15 October. With the start of 2025, the market operation will take place and secondary market will constitute an incentive scheme by the definition. We would allow sale of excess allocation that stem from mitigation activities and green investments. Yes, talk about the Turkish ETS pilot phase. As indicated last slide, 2024 will be the starting year of the Turkey emission trading systems. You hear some summary of the legislation studies, consultations, technical studies, and working group conclusions. And system will start with a pilot phase. We examined measure system, and for a smooth transition, obviously there is a need for pilot phase for the Turkey. Our approach to the pilot phase design is also focusing on consultation. In the beginning, And in the very beginning of the system, participation is important, and this will determine our emission trading system characteristics. Administrative efficiency is another important aspect, which means that in the ETS context, with a smaller number of installations covering a huge amount of emissions will lead to our efficiency. As explained before, we have MRV systems. The MRV system of Turkey, which functioning since 2015, has three categories, A, B, C, according to emissions amount. In the beginning of the emission trading system, especially in the pilot phase, we concentrate on the C categories, big emitters, who has more than 500,000 emissions. It will be scope of the Turkish emission trading system. In the allocation scheme, we will be using our historical emissions supplied by our MRV systems in order to create fair starting point. Sanctions will be implemented with deduction in the transition period. Greenhouse gas emissions permits, which are a necessity for the activities that cause emissions, won't be must in the pilot phase, but MRV obligation should be made. As our consultations with our stakeholders and compatible with the technical realities, the pilot phase will be implemented in 2 years. Let me talk about last slide and give some takeaways. We have been preparing emission trading system implementation nearly 10 years. Technical studies, stakeholder engagements, preparation studies, simulation, and so on. And those you see here are products or experience. First of all, as you know, there are many old emission trading system implementation all over the world. Creating brand and new ETS includes a chance for avoiding dependencies. In other words, as a pet dependencies concept implies that a specific way of implementation way limit the system for further improvements. So coming from behind the grants, chance in some regard. Secondly, it is obviously understanding that other system, positive and negative sides is for us priceless. Thirdly, cooperation presents opportunities. Now there is a chance to learn from others and creating collective solutions for the common challenges is possible. For example, it's a chance to learn from Germany. Yes, with a capacity building program. And I'm so happy and observe that cooperation and the collaboration, especially in the area of carbon pricing, are really common, and I really appreciate that. Also, many good partnership organizations help for capacity building of countries in many ways. For example, ICAP, GISET especially. And I consider that as a chance for carbon pricing professionals. Another point I wish to make is that policies are neither a technical study result nor a consultation output. Rather, it's a balanced harmony of both. And lastly, emission trading systems require capacity in many regards. But once it's created, it's transformed into the ecosystem. Components support and fit each other, create green jobs, and enable the enhancement of whole system with the mutual feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Kadir. ICAP is an organization always want to promote carbon market mechanisms in the whole world. So it's great to see Turkey is going to implement a new carbon market. Welcome to the carbon market family. So let's going to our distinguished panel. Let's have the further discussion. And first of all, I want to introduce our speakers. We have Miss Flavia Rosenbusch. Sorry about that. Flavia is the program manager of the Partnership for Market Improvement project in the World Bank. So we already heard from Kadir that the program helped Turkey for more than 10 years. And Flavia will bring us more knowledge in the future by the future cooperation. And we also have Dr. Dirk Weinheit. He's the head of Division of Climate Legislation and Emission Trading in the Germany Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. And he's also the co-chair of ICAP. Hi, Dirk. And we also have Simon Henry here. Simon is from the International Emission Trading Association, IETA, and he's in charge of the development of carbon market. And we have our old friend, the famous Andrei Marcu, and he's the founder and executive director of the European Roundtable on Climate Change and Sustainable Transition. Thank you for our distinguished speakers. Yep. So let's go a little bit deeper into the pilot development of Tokyo ETS. Kadia, I will have two questions for you. I think that's very important for us to understand more about the pilot. We all know legislation is very important for the development of an ETS. And can you tell us more on the legislation preparation for the future pilot? And also, what's the pilot? What's the purpose of developing a pilot? What do you expect to learn from the pilot phase?
Thank you so much. I'm talking too much, I think. Thank you for the characterization. As you know, not only for the emission trading system, any complex implementation may necessitate a period of adaptation and transition. That's why we try to we make many consultations as stakeholders, all the sectors representatives. Everybody says we need to time for adaptation. We need to know what is the emission trading system, what is the cap, what is the trade, what is the result should be. We have to be, we need some time, especially for be ready for the emission trading system. And that's why we start with the 2 years. Maybe it can be extended for 3 years. We will see. We will see. Especially, we started with the, as I said before, we started with the more emission installation in the Turkey. Maybe their number is small, but the emission is about 97% for the MRV. Yes. MRV comprises half of the emissions of the Turkey. Yes. This gives us the flexibility. We started with the installation which have 500,000 emissions. And we have a chance, and we have a very happily to have an MRV system, which has started from 2015. And we have all the information about the installation, which is verification and validation system. Yes. They have an audit, about 8 audits companies, and go there and validation their emissions and verification their emissions. Then we have a registry system. We are ready. We are ready for emission trading system pilot phase. but we need to time for adaptations. And as indicated, I give some MRV information maybe our audience may want to know. Our MRV covers 742 installations and around 132 of them are category C, which means having annual emissions of more than 500,000, as I said before. The GIG coverage is around 87% among all MRV systems. In other words, we can cover around 90% of emission by including less than 20% of the participation. The main target of the pilot is facilitate the transition and make thinking the participation about what they can do, what they should do in the next period. That's all my sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, it's always very important to have the first step. And then I have my moderation question for Flavia. And you have a lot of experience in climate financing, and you are leading the PMI program. Can you tell us more how the program can contribute and will contribute to the development of Turkey ETS? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that first of all, let me thank you for having such a wonderful panel and a lovely pavilion offering coffee and delights, which is exactly what we needed towards the end of the COP. It's really a pleasure to be here. And thank you also for your kind words about PMI. So the Partnership for Market Implementation is the successor of a previous facility that was also managed by the World Bank, which was the Partnership for Market Readiness. And 10 years ago was when the work started with Turkey to assess the possibilities of implementing a carbon pricing instrument in Turkey. And given the very clear presentation that you have given already, what I may want to add is only that we're also looking at a possible domestic crediting system and a possibility of supporting Turkey in accessing international carbon markets once the ETS is up and running and the pilot phase is starting. So all in all, our experience has been incredibly positive. We're just thrilled that it will start soon, that it will be launching in October, and we hope that the success story will be shared with many developing countries around the world, some of which are countries we already work with under the PMI umbrella, and some countries we're not working with yet. So this is a really, really critical and pivotal moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Flavia. I was participating in the PMR project in China, and you did work and promote the China ETS and national carbon market. And I think this story will happen again in Turkey. And Dirk, hi, our co-chair. Katia already mentioned Turkey can learn the experience from Germany. So you experienced the whole design implementation of EU ETS and the German national ETS, and what lessons or experience you can tell to our audience and to the Turkey government. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, dear Professor Bektas and all your whole team, I must say congratulations. You're making a very important step now. Can you hear me? I was not close to the micro, I saw. So this is really a thing that you cannot underestimate. And allow me a few words in the beginning on, as this panel is on challenges and opportunities, to develop a constant price signal in a given system of transferring an economy like Turkey, an important economy, to net zero in the long run is really a big step forward. Because just to remind you, when we started in the EU in 2005, it took us 10 years maybe for industry that they realized that they develop own transition plans, how this could all work. So it needs some time to give this signal, but it's worthwhile to do it early enough, and I think you do it early enough now with this step. You know that, of course, if you have a tight ETS cap, then it will also help you to reach your goals, given that you have a robust not only MRV, but also a compliance regime, and that's, of course, part of the ETS. You will have to install it. And in the long run, given you switch to auctioning at some time, then you will also create huge revenues that you can use in other fields outside the ETS. You mentioned energy and industry, and then you also can use this maybe to cover some innovative project to promote some innovative projects in transport, buildings, and things like that. The challenges are obvious, of course. You mentioned them. You have to manage data. You have to define allocation rules. You have to decide on free allocation or auctioning. You have to set a cap. You have to take into account that you could face external shocks to the economy, as we did in the financial crisis. You know, we were not ready to that in the EU. So these are challenges, and by that, of course, it makes sense to have a pilot phase. This I can only say this is completely makes sense from my side. But you have one big advantage in Turkey that we did not have in the beginning in the EU. We had no data. You have already, since 2015, you mentioned it, a robust MRV system in place. You mentioned you have a registry, so you could start, and you will start. That's also good news with a full ETS. Maybe not on the scope, but it will be operational, as you mentioned already in the end of 2024, which is really good. And it will help you, of course, in the framework also of this pre-session process that we have with the EU, of course, to transpose EU legislation into Turkey law, always bearing in mind that, of course, not everybody has also maybe own problems, and of course you would not say one size fits all. That's clear. Yeah. To come some, I think they don't have to be so much recommendations. It's quite clear that this time, this year and the next year, you will have to set a cap. But you have the data to set it. I mentioned you define the allocation rules. You can do it with I think with a smooth start. Maybe you will choose a big share of free allocation. I don't know, but of course you also have to bear in mind with regard to the CBAM, the exemption from the CBAM is always, of course, only to the degree, the European CBAM, to the degree that your installations don't get free allocation, as far as the Europeans still also don't have free allocation. It's a phase-in. So it gives you some, I wanted to say, it gives you some space for a smooth phasing into allocation, having free allocation, and then switching slowly to auctioning, which would be my recommendation. And maybe I should not talk too long. Not to forget what we already, but I think you already started this. You started a good stakeholder participation, which is very crucial, especially in the beginning. We had excellent experiences with the permanent stakeholder consultation. That is our working group on emissions trading. I have the luck to chair this group at the moment, and I can tell you we convene 6 times a year, and it's always we have always things to talk on, because emissions trading, as you all know, is easy in the in the theoretical design, but not easy in practice. So you will have a lot of need to talk. So I recommend you maybe to think about such a forum where you have permanent consultation. Maybe to sum up, it's important political decisions that you will have to make the next year. But I think that Turkey and the Turkish economy is strong enough to make these important steps now to join the carbon markets. And once again, big congratulations, and we are looking forward to see you joining the club. Thanks.
Thank you, Dirk. And Dirk, you already mentioned some questions that I want to ask for Simon. That's for public consultation. And Simon, you work in IETA for quite a long time, and IETA has a lot of public members from private sectors. And my question is, how should the government to engage with the private sector, and how the private sector can prepare for such a big policy? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And also, I'd like to echo the previous comments about it's super exciting to hear about the development of the Turkish ETS. I think from us, from IETA's perspectives, this is very much in line with what we're trying to do, promote markets, and it's super exciting to hear about a new ETS coming online shortly. But coming to the topic of private sector engagement, I think this is, it's a very important topic. It's one of the reasons that IETA exists. We're a membership association of private companies. And one of our roles is to collate feedback from the private sector, try to harmonize it where possible, and then communicate that to policymakers, regulators that are working on carbon markets. And we're active in most of the places where carbon markets exist or are emerging. And I think, looking at that topic and what are the methods available to governments when it comes to private sector engagement, I think it's worth thinking about what feedback or what input is actually required from the private sector. Is it, advice or feedback on the rules to make sure that they work properly, they deliver on the policy goals, they're compatible with the private sector's own operations? Is it to help build private sector support for the policy so that it becomes, so that momentum is built and it can actually deliver? Or is it to hear from the private sector in other places where they have market experience to learn, hear from them what has worked, what has not worked, so that, mistakes can be avoided? Or maybe it's a combination of all of those. So I think keeping that in mind, what is the information you're actually seeking is important, and then you can think about what the best method is. Public consultation is an obvious starting point. I think that works well where there are very specific questions to be asked, usually about aspects of a market design or a market feature. The private sector is usually very willing and keen to participate in public consultations. And I think a follow-up process to public consultations is very important so that the private sector feel that their message or their feedback is heard, even if it's not acted upon, as long as they feel that their messages are being received and understood, then that keeps the private sector involved. I think events like this are super important. Getting up and standing, getting up in front of people, talking about the developments, keeping everyone informed. And that will help build a broader momentum for the policy. The market participants will probably be very engaged because that will affect their own businesses. It's in their benefit to really follow the developments. But public events, conferences, webinars, are a very good way of building broader support and broader awareness. And that can be very tricky when it comes to carbon markets because these are quite technical topics. Even, I think if you went and spoke to a random member of the public in the EU, where we've had a market for nearly 20 years, I suspect the general understanding, general awareness of emissions trading is quite low because it's a difficult topic. So there's a constant need for broad awareness raising. And I think just having a close dialogue with trade bodies, trade groups, knowing who to talk to, when a question arises, when a topic arises is very important. When I think about what I think has worked well when it comes to public consultation from an IETA perspective, I think the EU is a good example. They have a lot of public consultation, but they have other groups. IETA is a member of various expert working groups that the Commission has to explore topics. We're a member of a group on removals at the moment, which really digs into the detail. We're part of one member of a large group that has lots of other trade bodies. The Commission then has a good database, good understanding of who they can speak to when certain topics arise, and just generally, also, and I think another important point. This one's difficult to measure, but institutional memory, organizational stability is also important. Although we're talking here about institutions talking to other institutions, at the end of the day, this is about individuals talking to each other. And if there is a high turnover of staff and individuals, it can be difficult to build up that relationship and that dialogue. And we've seen that in places where real opportunities to progress environmental policies or markets has been lost because staff, there's been a shift or a high turnover in staff, so that if individuals are moving jobs every 6 months, it's very difficult to build up a detailed understanding of a system. It's difficult to push on a topic when it's needed, and then you have to start again if a new team comes in. So trying to maintain stability in the regulators, in the policymakers, and in the trade bodies like ourselves, I think that really helps build those longer-term relationships, which are so important. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. All you mentioned is very important, and I also heard Katia, you already said it's very important to maintain the predictability of the policy. Yeah, so I totally agree. We should establish a long-term mechanism to communicate with private sector and keep the community stable and focusing on to solve problems. Yeah, and let's turn to Andre. You are the pioneer in developing carbon pricing in the world, and you did communicate with private sector a lot, and now you're also close to the EU, to the policymaker, and you also help a lot of developing countries develop their carbon market or private or climate change policy. So my question for you is, as Dirk mentioned, CBAM clearly has the impact on a lot of developing countries. And from your observation, from your experience, how developing countries can prepare, can deal with CBAM better? Not specifically for Turkey, but more general to all the developing countries. I think that's also for all other countries can learn from. Yeah, thank you.
First of all, thank you very much and for the kind words. Famous people are usually rich, but it's not the case. So maybe if you say I'm famous, I'll become rich too. But the first thing I want to say, happy to be here and thank you for the invitation. Second century of the Turkish Republic, congratulations on the anniversary. Indeed, it is a new century that will bring great challenges. The first century has brought you great challenges that you have addressed. This one is going to bring you other challenges. And we're here as friends to try and help you. Look, I've been around, and Flavia knows this probably in this group more than anybody else for a long time. Some would say too long. But with this comes certain things that you learn, and then you find out it's wrong, and then you learn them again. Some of the things that have been said here are very true, and one of the things that was said about staff, what you're going to find out is very quickly is by the time you train somebody, there's going to be some bank or some industry that's going to steal your people. That I can guarantee you because we've gone through this, and it's inevitable in a growing industry. So the stability in the staff is going to be a problem. Now, coming back to what Dirk is mentioned, started by talking about the CBAM, I don't think it's a great amount of secret that one of the drivers, I'm not suggesting it's the only driver, but a driver for Turkey considering and now proceeding with the installation of an emission trading system, CBAM has played a role. There's we're not here to not to look the truth in the face. But that implies a number of things. The first thing that you're going to have to face, I think, is that you're not going to be able to neutralize CBAM with an emission trading system. It's just not going to work. Why? Because the emission trading system in Europe, they're the price about between 80 to 100. It's not going to go north of 100. I'm not sure that the Turkish economy can hold 100 euros a ton at this time. So that's a real risk that you have to face, because you're going to always have this pressure, at least in my mind, whereby your industry is going to say, we have an emission trading system now, so why do these pesky European ones from us? But the reality is that there's going to be that delta. And this, if you're looking at the Chinese, if you're looking at the Koreans, if you're looking at others, the delta is significant and will continue to be significant for a way. So one thing, but there are a number of things that are important and that you can't, if you want, simplify life and make it more compatible and helpful. First one is that what is this thing is basically you're going to have a bunch of importers coming and looking for data. And as such, the MRV, to the degree, and I'm not, the Turkish Republic is an independent republic and is going to do what it needs to do in the interest of the Turkish people. But the more the MRV in Turkey and you have some commonality, is going to make things a lot easier for the reporting. Because one of the things that we're finding and talking to importers, like we are used to dealing with Eurofair and SEM Bureau and all these people that are industry. And all of a sudden in the CBAM, we found ourselves to deal with a new category of people, with the importers. We had no idea who they are. They're a completely different set of people. And what we find out is that the people who do customs, they have to do customs declaration, which would have been kind of the normal people to deal with CBAM, they're not very keen to do this because they have no idea what it is. There's a risk that comes with this. So I think that the more you can alleviate that risk and make sure that the information systems correspond, the easier it's going to be for Turkish, forget the importers, for the Turkish exporters. Because in the end, you are having a very strong relationship with the European Union in terms of trade relations, and I assume you want to increase that, not decrease that. The second thing is, what does the CBAM do? It presumably, it ensures that the price embedded or the cost embedded in a ton imported is the same price as what the local EU producer will do. Now, the EU recognizes EU allowance price. I assume it's not something else. I assume it's just a window. The EU recognizes a price, the EU allowance price. Actually, I have a paper here if you're interested, that Michael Melling and Aaron Crosby and ourselves wrote on, and Sarah wrote on this, as to what is going to be credited. It's unclear. That implementing act has not passed. So primo is that I would suggest, and I'm sure somebody in the Turkish ministry is watching that quite closely, the more you mimic that, the better off you are. Because it's quite clear that the allowance price in Turkey is going to be recognized to be deducted from the border price. But if you start having, for instance, domestic credits, offsets, we assume that they will be credited or they will be recognized, but I cannot give you 100% guarantee. We understand that they probably will. Will, for instance, if Turkey uses Article 6 to recognize in the ETS for compliance, how would the EU CBAM treat that? We think that there's a good probability that at least some type of value would be credited. But again, it's something to be watched very closely and make sure that you align, because if you use credits from whatever country and that cost you paying 30, 40 euros or 20 euros for them, but the European Union don't want to recognize that, then you're basically, double paying. So it's something that you need to be aware of. The third thing is there are provisions, for instance, about carbon capture and storage, CCS. CCS as a reduction is being netted out of the emissions. So the provisions in the implementing acts in the CBAM also, we actually, I would take some pride in the fact that we actually put that on the agenda, but they are being recognized. They will be recognized in another country. So make sure that the provision in your ETS also recognizes that. But grosso modo, you need to, in a way, look at the features of the CBAM. And now, this is not the only thing that's going to influence your design, but it's probably not a minor thing for somebody like steel or cement or people like that. And to the degree that you think that it corresponds with your interest, at least be aware of them, insert them in the design of the ETS, because to the degree possible, you want to take advantage of that. You want to make sure that you minimize the impact of your industry, because that's what your industry will be. The people that Simon is talking about will be knocking on your door. So those are, I think, important things. In the future, and this is not for today, you need to start thinking, again, in the future, maybe over the horizon, about linking with the ETS, because that is going to alleviate the whole problem. But, 100 euros with 20, 30 euros linking is going to take a while. You may want to think about things that are complementary to the ETS, such as a adjustment at the border in Turkey for exports, if the EU would allow that. But these are things that also now percolate around the ETS as you're entering the pilot phase. I'll stop here because I don't want to go too far. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrei. That's very good points. I would say, even though we have a similar structure for carbon market, we always talk about cap setting, allocation, MRV, but different markets, when they turn up, and there will always be new questions. For example, right now we have Article 6. When we design, we need to consider international linking, and CCS is more and more common. We have more and more projects that we need to consider CCS in ETS. I think these are always new problems we need to think about. And thanks for these recommendations. And ICAP also has some paper about this, so we can talk about it for further technical dialogue. So, well, we have heard some very good comments, suggestions, ideas from our speakers, and now I will open the floor to our audience. The formal public consultation will start next year, but now can be the first round of an official public question and answer. So our audience, do we have some questions for the speakers? Okay, the lady behind and gentleman.
Hey, I'm a senior researcher at MPI, Max Planck Society, basically. And I have one question to, I don't know, whoever knows it. So I am a legal scholar and I studied the climate change regime, and I know that at least in the Kyoto time, I mean, carbon trading was heavily criticized because of the technicality, the double counting, and there were so many issues. And I know it changed. I know there are big improvements. And I'd be happy if you explain what has changed now, how do we know it works much better, and what Turkey plans about that, how do we ensure that it's actually environmentally friendly. And also, that's a question maybe you don't know, I'm just curious, how it's regulated under international trade law. What's the commodity that we trade? I don't know if we have an answer to that. Thank you.
Maybe we can correct one more question and then we can answer it. The gentleman up front.
Thank you. My name is Nikita. What's your view on the sectoral scope of the mechanism, and are you planning, what industries do you plan to pilot and then extend the mechanism to? Thank you.
Okay, so let's talk about the double counting issue, but I think what we are discussing today is a domestic policy. Of course, there may be international trading element involved, but currently, if we only talk about to control emission within one country, then there might not be that much double counting problem. And could one of you answer? Comments?
Well, I think Flavia is probably very nervous about what I'm going to say, but you caught me in a very bad moment because I'm very tired. So I'm going to tell you exactly what I think. I think there are people that don't like markets. It's as simple as that. And if you want to find imperfections in anything, you will find imperfection in anything. Was the Kyoto market imperfect? The Kyoto market was imperfect. So is this COP. So there are things that could have been done better, but I would question whether double counting was a real problem in the Kyoto Protocol. The Kyoto Protocol, you can argue, some people were saying, well, you know, because the developing country didn't have a cap and the developed country had a cap, but that's not double counting. That is an international agreement. That was the agreement, and some people didn't like the agreement, but that's life. I mean, you renegotiated another agreement. In terms of the credibility, if you want, of the credits that were emerging, we looked for the cheapest options, and the cheapest option emerged, but they were too cheap for some people. This is a market. This is what markets do. Market looks for the cheapest option. Now, if the choice is to also kind of argue that wasn't what you wanted to do, that is perfectly fine. Now, what we did now in this market, and I'm not suggesting that Turkey will use this market. I think that probably have a few other fish to fry before they go international markets. This market is incredibly complex. The one that is emerging is incredibly complex, but it will also rationalize itself. There are a lot more provisions that will lead to, if you want, eliminating some of the imperfections. Whether that would also eliminate some of the efficiency, that is also another part of the deal, because once you eliminate some of the risks, you'd also eliminate, if you also increase inefficiencies, but that's part of life. And I'll let the others answer the other question.
Well, I can sort of add to that perhaps. I think part of your question was how do we know it works? And I mean, that's quite simple. We know it works because we measure the emissions very closely and we see they're going down. You know, the market requires very good monitoring, and that's pretty much always the first phase of any market is to monitor the emissions, understand your baseline, and then plan from there. And in the EU ETS, using that as an example, we've got nearly 20 years of data. We can see that emissions have fallen by nearly 1 billion tons over that period. I think the power sector emissions alone in the EU ETS fell by about 20% last year. Not all of that is due to the carbon price. There's a bunch of factors, but having a price of 80, 90, 100 euros per ton certainly helps. So it's actually quite easy to see that it's working well. But as I say, it's one of many policies in Europe to lower emissions.
And Flavia, you have a lawyer
Thank you.
background, and maybe to the
Absolutely. So I agree. I agree markets are not perfect. Carbon pricing is not the solution to decarbonize. It's just one of the tools in the toolbox. Difference Kyoto and what we are looking at now is mainly that now all the countries have a cap. But we are all working to make the market more transparent and better functioning, and we hope that there's going to be back trust in how markets work. On your question on legal nature, if I might just, I will leave the question on the Turkish scheme to somebody who's better placed than me to answer that. On the carbon credits, it's not clear. Each country has its own legal system. We are working with some international organizations to come up with some general principles with UNITRA and UNCITRAL. there's a new working group to come up with general principles to see how we can make carbon credits more easier to trade and provide some legal certainty around that. Thank you.
And question from the gentleman about what sectors will be covered. So do you already have some basic ideas about that?
As far as I understand, I should give some detailed information about the pilot phase. Yes. During the pilot phase, our coverage on industry and electricity. A quarter of, as far as I know, a quarter of them is electricity. It's about 26%. Yes, and another one is industry sectors. The other one is we are planning to give the free allowances according to historical emissions during the pilot phases. As you know, we are the developing country. We have no any emissions. We have a business as usual during till the 2030, but we have a target for the net zero 2053. Administrative fines and non-compliance will be implemented at 50% of the defined amount. That's another. And after 2-year pilot phase, the implementation period will start, which performance benchmarking, more ambitious caps after the pilot phase, during implementation phase, with a more incumbent business and more market participations. Would you let me give some information about the Article 6? Maybe a little bit. We consider the allowance as a capital market instrument similar to financial instrument as EU ETS. Therefore, we are focusing on strong oversight and governance, since we have respected institution and IT system in Turkey on capital market instruments. In addition to ETS, we are planning to establish our Turkish own domestic grading system, Turkish standard. With the Turkish standard, yes, we have a far away, maybe maybe 6 months, especially in a 6 months we will declare. Critical issues are being discussed in Article 6, negotiations regarding the double counting and corresponding adjustments. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah, according to our agenda, I know we are close to the end, but since we don't have another event after this one, so I will take the advantage to open to one more round of questions. Yeah, so please, and then.
Hi, this is Dora Yan with the YC Holdings in Taiwan. And I have a question because Taiwan has a lot of impact on the, from the EU CBAM. And so my question is that since that the offset carbon credits might not be recognized in EU CBAM in the future, so what the market will be recognize the offset carbon credits in the future?
Okay, one more question from the gentleman.
My question?
Oh, and then you, please.
Hi, Mike Sabo from Carbon Pulse. I have a few kind of, it's a question, but for the Turkish gentleman, are there any plans to introduce auctioning? If so, when would that be? As well, are you working with any exchange operators who have kind of indicated interest in hosting trading and hosting this market? And then thirdly, will it be completely open to all participants, including non-compliance players? For example, will you allow funds, banks, both domestic and foreign? Thank you.
Okay, one more question.
My question is already related to the question raised by the ladies. So that's why I want to take the microphone.
Thank you for your all insightful remarks, by the way. My question is Article 6 and collaboration between the CBAM. So how can countries engage with Article 6 towards CBAM? And is Article 6 going to be recognized by the European Union for CBAM? So what is your opinions on these issues?
Okay, thanks for your question. So maybe we can go to the two CBAM questions first. Dirk or Simon or Andre?
Yes. Maybe I not easy questions, but maybe I start. I don't know if they are all got right, but the offset question is not a question what we allow in the CBAM, but what would we allow in the EU. And Kurt van der Berger, our GD Director General on climate, made it quite clear in recent times here on the COP that we will not allow offsets in our ETS. And why do we do? Because we have our EU-wide climate law. We want that requires us to reach our mitigation goals at home, domestically. Yeah? Offsets were in a time when we were not sure about the burden that we put on industry, and then we gave some reliefs, but that's not the time to give relief on mitigation. It may be a different story that he also mentioned that once we come to maybe the phase where our budget for mitigation ends, then it could be a question what do we do about negative emissions. This is a future discussion which is starting now, and there he signaled some more openness maybe to say there could be a field, but this all has to be discussed still. Yeah? Could be a field where we would maybe in a certain degree could recognize activities. I have to be very careful here on towards negative emissions. Yeah? That's the one thing. But allow me also to answer Andre as offsets was. I don't want to preempt the national offsets in the CBAM. I don't want to preempt the national implementing act on the question how much pricing do we acknowledge in the EU CBAM in other countries. But I guess if other countries allow offsets, this will have an influence on the price. And I doubt that we will have an extra regulation on that. We don't need it because it's clear that if this lowers the price, then the lower price will only be deducted from the import, not tax, but what you have to pay as an importer. Differently, and that was what I mentioned in the beginning, is if maybe Turkey allows 50% free allocation, 50% auctioning. I don't clear. I want you to have this is just for smooth for an example. And then of course it's clear that only the price that the polluter or the given entity under the Turkish ETS pays will be will be deducted from the import, from the payment for the imports. Because it's clear that it's always a question between to create a level playing field what our entities under the European ETS pay per ton and what the others pay. So if cost-free allocation happens in another country, then this will have to be deducted from what is deducted from the price. It's clear, yeah. So we cannot acknowledge it's also clear as long as we have cost-free allocation, this will also be deducted from the price that foreign importers have to pay. That's also clear, yeah, because we don't want to have an advantage. Yeah? We want to have fair conditions. That's where we go. That was the question on offsets. And on Article 6 and the CBAM, yeah, that's a tricky one. Let us be quite clear, and I think Andre already mentioned it. There are some ways, but not many, to get rid of the CBAM requirements. And that is, if you have a system, an ETS system in place, and it is linked with the European Union, yeah, this will have some pre-requirements Andre mentioned, then it's clear there will be no price. It will be a kind of very exclusive club then of ETSs. Yeah? Yeah? Of course, if you join our system, as Norway did also, that's clear. Yeah? But otherwise, if you have a tax, for instance, then you only get, you still are under the CBAM, but the price the importer pays is, of course, the price the importer pays at home is deducted from the price that he has to pay at our border. That's clear, yeah. But there will be no exemption if you have any Article 6 system in place, which is not comparable to our ETS. There will be no advantage. This is no way. The only thing we offer three kind of ways maybe to adapt to the CBAM. First is linking. Second is this pricing. And third, maybe if you have ambitious policies, this will influence your benchmarks, and you can use your own benchmarks. The importer can use their own benchmarks if they come with the imports to us. Yeah? And then only if they don't demonstrate their own benchmarks for a product, for the footprint of the product at home, then we use those standard factors. So that was a long answer, but I hope it helped a bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Simon, do you want to add something?
I don't know. Maybe I'm repeating. Yeah, I think the point is its price is more important than the units. You know, it's all about levelizing the price so that when imports of industrial products come into Europe, the producers are exposed to the same carbon price as European producers. So in some respects, the method of carbon price delivery, whether that is a market, Article 6, tax, that's secondary compared to the price. And, you know, yeah. But so even if a producing country has some sort of mechanism, if the price is very low, they're still going to have to buy CBAM certificates to top them up. So yeah, that's really the important thing to focus on, I think.
Look, you know, Dirk, there is an old movie, Never Say Never. You know, James Bond. My name is Bond. Yes, we did hear the Director General in DG Cleveland, and we also heard the senior officials in the EU about 5 years ago saying that CBAM was actually not the policy that was compatible at all. So again, things do change, and the rate of the risk of EU industry also increases. So, you know, I understand I'm not a policymaker, it's easy for me to make pronouncements, but we also observe that there is a certain amount of consideration that may need to be given to this sooner rather than later, including the negative emission that you quite rightfully pointed to. The one thing that I did not mention, which is very important, is the free allocation and how you play the free allocation, the decreasing free allocation. That's an extremely important element in doing this. There's one question from my friend from Carbon Pulse here, which I would, obviously this is not for me to answer because this is the representative of Turkey, but you know, I'm Canadian, so I know that Canada is a great country, but in terms of market liquidity, and if you have a market that doesn't have good price discovery, you better not have a market. So I don't know how much liquidity you'd have in the Turkish market, especially at the beginning if you're taking a very small number of emitting points. So eliminating, if you're on liquidity providers, in Europe some hate them, they call them speculators, but they are liquidity providers. They are banks, they are brokers, they are whatever they are. I think that would be a very dangerous thing to exclude them from the market, not because I love them in particular, but because there has to be somebody on the other side of the market. If you have a hedge, somebody has to take the other side of the contract. If you don't have that, It's not going to be the cement company taking the risk for the steel company. That's not going to happen. It's going to have to be a bank. It's going to have to be a fund. It's going to have to be something like that. But I'll pass this to you because I think it's much more your answer than mine, whether you allow this or not.
Yes. It seems that the CBAM is the most challenges for all many countries, especially who export there and import from the European Union. Yes, we have to learn. Yes, and we try to. We have the two main aims for constructing the emission trading system. The first one, or the net zero target until 2053, and the other one, unfortunately, CBA push us to make a carbon pricing mechanism during the Turkey. But that we have a question. We are planning to give the free allowances according to historical emissions, as I said before. And at the pilot stage, our plan is to focus only compliance entities. This means that we are considering other actors, especially in pilot phase. Just we try to make a coverage, especially who has emissions, big emissions emitters. 500,000 have to be part of pilot phase, but other one which can be entered in these systems. Yes, no problem with it if we done. But we have to be starting point in the fair point. That's why we try to make a coverage. Another one is, however, with the growing market conditions and considering carbon price, expectation for a low carbon pathway, we'll consider the open market for all financial actors, possibly persons. According to price reaction of the market, we will evaluate the possible scenarios under the construction of carbon market board. This is the authority. And is there anyone? Yes, free allowances during the and all financial actors. And I hope I met answers.
Yeah, of course, starting from the pilot is not easy. And yeah, I participant in the establishment of the China national ETS. It only covers power market and it only allows cover entity to trade. So it has been traded for 2 years and the government still considering when to open the market to more investors. So different country has its own condition, and the government really needs to evaluate the impact and the benefits and or other maybe not that positive factors. So need to consider all the things, I believe, to make the right policy decision. So do we have more questions from the audience? Okay, last one, and then we can conclude our section.
Hello, hi, Umberto from Opus. My question is to the Turkish gentleman as well. Your market will be similar to the size of the UK ETS. I think you mentioned 742 installations. The UK is somewhat similar. Would you consider a market stability reserve or a way to hoover up allowances in the case that the price is low? We're currently seeing that in the UK market. Are there lessons that you're looking at from the UK market given the similar size? Thank you.
Okay, this question is about market stability reserve. So what's the plan about that?
Market stability? We are planning the MCR and we are conducting the high-level dialogues with EU. But as far as I know, this is the very beginning of the application of the emission trading system. This is a learning stage for us. We try to improve our knowledge and make a side event and try to go to the last year, as far as I know, we have been in Berlin, Deutschland Carbon, and our experts go to Netherlands, and we try to learn, and especially we are really, thanks to PMI project, during the PMI project, I think we will overcome the many problems. Yes, I think take this one. Yes, absolutely. We're already PMI, but PMI project will show us and medicate. However, it should be in the first phase of ETS rather than the pilot phase. Yes, we have a fortunate 2 years. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I thought I already see this element in your slides that in the future there will be, we need to make a stable price to put sort of and to provide a long-term carbon signal to the industry for that decarbonization. And this learning by doing procedure, and I believe we will see it in the future. So we are already almost half an hour more than what we planned. Thanks for all our speakers, and thank you for our audience. But at last, I want your final comment from our four speakers. Please say one major thing that Turkey needs to consider for the establish the pilot market. Just one.
My mind is fried at this point. I'm sorry. Congratulations. It's all I can say. The pilot is starting, gives them 2 years to figure many things out, including stability on the price, political economy, CBAM. There's many issues around ETS systems, as you very well know. So they have 2 years to face the challenges that will be coming their way. And I think all of us are going to be there to support them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My comment will go in the same direction. So I will say a pilot is a pilot. Don't be shy to make errors. Yeah? Therefore, you have a pilot. You see the EU make really big errors in the beginning. We had over allocation because the loss or lack of data. You have no lack of data. We forgot to provide ourselves against external shocks, the MSR, the Market Stability Reserve Scheme. So we fixed this then later, yeah, but it's completely okay to have a pilot phase and just to try to go in smoothly and not to be shy to make mistakes because you can correct them. But all you have to do is, of course, you have to be ready to correct them. Thank you.
Yeah, I've not a huge amount more to add. I think it's fantastic that Turkey's moving ahead with the pilot. There's going to be a lot of participants in the private sector very excited to see that. Yeah, try and keep up the momentum, try and go quickly with the pilot, get it up and running, get the systems in place, and be open to help from external jurisdictions. As Dirk was saying, you know, the EU has been through a long journey with carbon pricing, learned a lot along the way. And Turkey can leverage that experience and avoid some of the mistakes, learn from some of the benefits, and move quickly.
Look, let me tell you that this ain't easy. It is a change. It is an important change. You build. I won't tell you, I give you advice. I'll just tell you the following thing. I went to Ankara when I was very young, and there was the Atatürk Mausoleum. That's what I remember. And I went to Ankara first time about 3-4 years ago again, and it's an enormous city. So you build something fantastic, and you build a fantastic economy. But your economy is about to change, so this is not easy. You are the Turkish Republic, you are not the EU, and as such you're going to have to use the realities of the Turkish Republic. It's as simple as this. There will be good things that we did, there will be things that would not be applicable to you.
Thank you all, and thanks for coming today, and hope you enjoy the rest of COP. Thank you. Bye-bye.